Before we get started, I do
Recording in
have a
progress.
comment that I need to share once I fix my chair. Sorry about that. And I did type this out because it's kind of personal, and so I just wanted to make sure that I say this as hopefully not bawling my eyes out. So therefore, there you go. As most of you know, there was a group of people who hid behind anonymous digital screens at our last meeting, and they desired to spew hate speech, specifically towards two different groups of people in our community, one which I share an identity with. But it's not about what exactly they said. It is about the fact that this community does not condone hate speech. This council does not condone hate speech. And saying dehumanizing words does not help our community, especially when we think about marginalized communities, to feel safe, to feel that they have a place here in San Luis Obispo, to feel that, to feel that they have a place here in what they want to say as well. This type of hate speech, it actually covers people's thoughts. It stops them from being able to say what they want to say. And for each of you who are in our community here today on the Zoom or YouTube, wherever you may be, I just want to let you know that we are sorry that you were offended. We are sorry that you were targeted. We are sorry that you were marginalized, and we stand with you. It's vital that we protect our mental and our emotional health and well-being as much as anyone else. And I really want to make sure that's something you think about as I felt completely drenched with emotion on the hate speech that was coming towards me and towards our community. I know that sometimes that can just take every single bit of your thoughts and your well-being. And the reality is, I just want you not to be covered by someone else's hate. I want to be clear that I am a believer in the First Amendment and free speech. And I also feel that our last meeting was an abuse of free speech and an abuse of our civility code. I just want to highlight our city's vision statement. I'm sure you'll see it later today. The city of San Luis Obispo is a dynamic community embracing its future while respecting its past with core values of civility, sustainability, diversity, inclusivity, regionalism, partnership, and resiliency. I say this word for you because this vision statement was created not just by the 5 of us, but by the entire community coming together and saying, this is what we want our city to stand for. And our community is composed of many different cultures, races, religions, identities, and no single organization can eliminate hate. But here together as a community and here as a city, we should be coming together. We should be united. And so I share this, and as we move forward, we remain committed to diversity and embracing diversity. We remain committed to our entire community, everyone. And I hope that you want to come together with us and keep this community safe and keep this community moving together united. So thank you for listening, and we'll move forward to proclamations. Yes, thank you. Sorry, a little sidetracked. So next, actually before proclamations, we have a closed session, which is the reason we were a little bit late today is I will lend it off to City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. The Council did meet in closed session on one matter of anticipated litigation related to a California Voting Rights Act district elections demand letter received from Attorney Kevin Shankman on behalf of his clients, the Southwest Voter Registration Education Project. There was litigation direction provided by council regarding our ongoing constructive conversations, but there was no further reportable action on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Vice Mayor, for reminding me. So next we go to a little bit more of a serious subject again, which is Teen Dating Violence Action and Prevention Month. And we are sharing a proclamation today, and we are giving this to Noah Ives and Lana Goodman, I hope I said both of your names right, on behalf of the Lumina Alliance organization. So I'll go ahead and read this proclamation, then I'll meet you down at the podium to give you your proclamation so you can share a few minutes. So whereas Teen Dating Violence Action and Prevention Month calls attention to the fact that dating violence is widespread and can affect youth from any background in any community. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, 1 in 11 female teens and 1 in 15 male teens reported experiencing physical violence in the last year. According to the CDC, 1 in 9 female and 1 in 36 male high school students report having experienced sexual dating violence in the last year. Dating violence affects LGBTQ+ youth at rates higher than their cisgender and heterosexual peers. Survivors of teen dating violence are more likely to suffer from eating disorders, substance use, dropout, teen pregnancy, future abusive relationships, and suicide. Nearly half of students who experience dating violence have reported that some of the abuse took place on school grounds. Lumina Alliance continues to provide a safe environment for young people affected by teen dating violence with crisis intervention, counseling, legal services, safe emergency housing, and local community prevention programs such as Close to Home. The establishment of Teen Dating Violence Action and Prevention Month will benefit schools, communities, families, and all youth. The city of San Luis Obispo joins Lumina Alliance and Close to Home and other advocates and communities across the country in preventing dating violence and acknowledges that each day of the year is an opportunity to create change for the future. Now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Erica A. Stewart, on behalf of the City Council and the City of San Luis Obispo, do hereby proclaim the month of February as Teen Dating Violence Action and Prevention Month and encourage our community to empower teens to develop healthy relationships. Lumina?
There's a small switch up, but I'm Becky, and this is Ash.
Hi, Ash. Thank you so much. This is going to be right here. We're going to fill it with a real one.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. There was a small mix-up. So my name is Rebecca Gomez. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a prevention educator with Lumina Alliance. And I have my volunteer here.
Hello, my name is Ash. My pronouns are they, them. I've been volunteering with Lumina Alliance for about 6 years now. I just wanted to give a great thank you to our Mayor Stewart and the City Council for reading this proclamation with us once again to recognize Teen Dating Violence Action and Prevention Month. Teen dating violence has significant impacts on a person in both immediate and long-term senses, as adolescent relationships create the groundwork for how we see relationships as adults and how we view ourselves as people. No kind of violence on any person is permissible, but especially for a youth who is still discovering the world on a personal and interpersonal level. Investing in violence prevention looks like teaching about conflict resolution, deconstructing stereotypes about sexual orientation, gender constructs, and race, and creating safe spaces for our youths to feel heard as they learn and grow. It is also not only education for younger populations, but for adults as well, so that we may be fit to harbor attitudes of trust, acceptance, and respect for teens and youths. Holding this conversation here with you today is a first step to normalizing the topic so that others may know there is a place they can turn to talk about teen dating violence and domestic violence, even when it may feel there's nowhere to turn. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and sorry about the mix-up.
Okay, it's our fault.
Well, next we get to do a fun thing, which is introduce one of our new staff members, or new to us in this department, shall I say. So we'll bring up Deputy City Manager Greg Herman.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council members. I'm happy to be here tonight to introduce the new team leading the Office of Economic Development and Tourism. As you might recall, Thanks, team, for joining me up here. As you might recall, this reorganization was kicked off with actually the approval of our revised economic development strategic plan. And over the past few months, we've got new faces, new positions, and new work programs to address the economic and promotional needs of our community. It's with great pleasure that I get to introduce Molly Kano as the city's new economic development and tourism manager, and she'll take a few moments to introduce her team. But before we get to that, a few things about Molly. So in case you don't know, Molly originally joined the city team in the administration department in November of 2012. During the past 11 years as the city's tourism manager, Molly and her team were responsible for executing the programs and direction of the Tourism Business Improvement District, affectionately referred to as the TBID, and the Promotional Coordinating Committee, PCC. Under Molly's leadership, the city has seen tremendous growth in tourism and community promotions efforts, including a 175% increase in the annual TOT contribution to the city's general fund. During the pandemic, Molly supported our business community in a variety of different ways, including spearheading our city's business communication program and our award-winning support local programs, including the Buy Local bonus. In her new role as Economic Development and Tourism Manager, Molly will now oversee and lead the strategic work of our Economic Development and Tourism Office. Molly's background makes her uniquely qualified to execute on this effort that is exemplified in the recent strategic plan, which focuses on business and entrepreneur vitality, placemaking and promotion, and talent development and business attraction. And of course, she will also continue to provide direction to the city's tourism and community promotions programs. While that sounds like a lot, Molly also enjoys spending some time and living the slow life with her husband, Tim, and two boys, Teddy and Benji. With that, welcome, Molly.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. I appreciate that. And thank you all so much for giving me the ability and being able to serve in this role and to continue my work here serving the community of San Luis Obispo. I couldn't ask for a bigger honor, and I do so really looking forward to what we have ahead of us as we continue to implement our economic development strategic plan. So enough about me, though. Really, the purpose tonight is to really introduce you all to our incredible team as well. So the two women who've joined our department and our program within the Office of Economic Development and Tourism, they are such strong leaders in our community and have really great experience to help us continue to expand our work program. So first off is Jackie Clark Charlesworth, and you may notice Jackie's not here this evening. Jackie's under the weather today, and so she is watching from home, but we still wanted to introduce her and share some information about Jackie. So Jackie moved to the Central Coast in 2016 with the sole desire to live the slow life. And so as you can imagine, she is so excited and feels very fortunate that it's now her job to be able to curate that experience and share that with the world. Prior to joining the city, Jackie was the communications director at the SLO Chamber, where she oversaw all the internal and external communications, the programming for events like Good Morning SLO and the Chamber's annual dinner, and supported the successful launch of the impactful programs like the Family Friendly Workplace. Since originally joining the team at the city as a new staff member nearly a year ago already, Jackie has already managed numerous projects here within the city, like Arttober and our successful SLO Restaurant Week, and of course, our incredible Lunar New Year celebration that we had a week ago. The next projects that she's also worked on is the redesign of our visitslo.com, and all of that have been incredible programs to the impact of both the TBID and the PCC. In her new role as Tourism and Community Promotions Manager, Jackie serves as the liaison to both the TBID and the PCC and manages the daily operations for both of those highly visible and significant programs to the city. Outside work, Jackie enjoys spending time with her husband and her 1.5-year-old baby boy and her 2 dogs while being outside as much as possible and exploring this beautiful place that we all call home. So that's Jackie. In addition, we have Mackenzie Taff joining us as well. So Mackenzie is our new Economic Development Analyst. In the spring of 2022, Mackenzie started as the city's multimedia content intern while studying at Cal Poly. You may recognize some of her work on the Throwback Thursday, featuring some of the historical buildings here throughout SLO that was featured on our city's Instagram page. While working with the city during her internship, Mackenzie had the opportunity to complete a jobs housing study project for San Luis Obispo County, which helped her to complete her master's in public policy degree. After graduating from Cal Poly, she worked in the city attorney's office as a contract legal assistant, and there she was able to gain a breadth of knowledge and regarding the city's claims and litigation process. In her new role as our Economic Development Analyst, she'll be responsible for supporting the economic resiliency, cultural vitality, and fiscal sustainability major city goal, and the implementation of our Economic Development Strategic Plan. She's excited to build relationships with our small businesses throughout SLO and to make sense of the valuable economic and business data that we have, as well as to contribute to the vibrancy of our community. Outside work, Mackenzie enjoys gardening, cooking, surfing, and spending time with her dog Bailey. And she also is a volunteer coach for the Morro Bay High School mock trial team. So please help me in welcoming Mackenzie.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome. I just wanted to say thank you for this incredible opportunity to let me continue my career here at the city. I love this city, I love this organization, and I'm very excited to continue serving my community in this new role. So thank you.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful to see the new people, and it's always great to see the passion that comes from all of our staff who really love what they do and love this community. And I have to just stop for just 1 second and say what an amazing Lunar New Year event that everyone put on. And I am so thankful for Amber and Emily from Lewis store. They were just absolutely amazing partners, and it was really cool to see Clint Wyrick, Jen Ford, and Yesenia Echeverria come from the senator's office, the assemblyman's office, assemblyperson's office, and the congressperson's office. So I just really appreciate all of the support we've gotten from our community. And of course, it was also really great to meet Dr. William Watson, the great-grandson of Lewis. So well, now we get to move forward to our reports, and I'm really excited to see Community Development Director Timmy Tway share her report. But I'm going to switch it up and have 4D go first and have the city manager do more of the overarching city manager report first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I've got a short report tonight, some items I think that the community will be interested in learning about, and I'll give you some more detail on our lunar celebration. The first item is, moving to the first slide, is just to let the community know that the entire community, that the Human Services Grant Program is currently accepting applications. The application period opened up on January 29th and will close on March 1st. And that grant program is funding priorities are homelessness, prevention, including affordable and alternative housing, supportive services, and transitional housing. And for more information, you can go to our website at www.slocity.org/grants under the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Grant Program. Next, shifting to our ongoing partnership with SLOMA, and the city's next public art sculpture is scheduled to be installed at the new roundabout at Froome Ranch Road and Heirloom Road within the San Luis Ranch development. Artist Warren Hamrick, who many of you know, who's a Cal Poly architectural and environmental design alumni and designer, has created this unique 4-foot tall sculpture entitled Shift, with an anticipated installation to occur in March. The project and installation, again, is just a reminder, is in our partnership with SLOMA, and they're already beginning some of the work and design on some of the other roundabout archwork. Next, shifting to some of our recreational opportunities, Spring Slow Futsal League is now accepting applications. It's a very popular program. It's a modified indoor soccer program for kids K through 8th grade. Leagues begin on April 1st, and that's not a April Fool's joke, and it runs through May 31st. The program is in partnership with the SLO YMCA, and registration information can be found by visiting the YMCA website at sloymca.org. Now shifting to a lot of our wet weather, as of February 7th, reservoir levels are as follows. Whale Rock Reservoir is at 97%. Salinas Reservoir is at 104% and Nassau at 72%. Just want to remind the council that that's still offline due to last year's storm. The total rainfall at Whale Rock this year has been 14.91 inches from October 1st through February 7th. And so we are estimating that Whale Rock, actually, I think I heard from Director Floyd, we are spilling as of right now. It's came up since the storm in the last couple of days, and we expect to see that spill here again over the next ensuing weeks. Now shifting and taking off from some of the mayor's comments, our team in economic development in partnership with Carson Butler did an excellent job back on February 10th. We had our first ever block party in celebration of Chinatown, which took place from 11 to 7, and it was free to the public. Thousands of people came out to honor the last remaining original building in San Luis Obispo's historic Chinatown, the Lewis store, and its 150th anniversary. It was a great event organized in partnership, and the event featured San Luis Obispo's first ever drone show, which, at least from my perspective, exceeded all expectations. It was a nod to the traditional Lunar New Year fireworks celebration. The mayor was there to read a proclamation honoring the Louis store. And again, a big shout out to economic development, our partnership with Downtown SLO, Carson Butler, our friends in Parks and Recreation and Public Works. Everyone really, put out all the stops to really make this event really have a memorable impact on the city. And so, these are the types of events that I think we hope to do more in the future to kind of activate our downtown. They're fun, they're uniting, and people really get to see each other and really engage with a part of the community that we don't really get to see that often. So now shifting to some of our investments in the city, our slow in motion updates. Construction is continuing on the North Truro Greenway, and so the retaining wall on the west side of Broad Street is now complete, and the concrete path behind Ramona Shopping Center is open. Staff has been coordinating with the contractor to determine the earliest date that the greenway can be slurry sealed, and that obviously is hampered by the kind of intermittent weather that we've had as of late. Work for the installation of the art fencing footing is occurring underneath the Truro underpass, which will support installation of the art fence and accent lighting, and work is still expected to be completed by the end of March of 2024 with the underpass art fencing. Additionally, on our 2023 arterials paving program, the contractor is working on sidewalk repairs on Monterey Street. There's an extensive amount of damage that happened. Unfortunately, we believe some mature trees that had damaged the roadway may not be able to stay in place, and so they were creating some significant drainage and ADA accessibility issues. And so the public can expect to see some more work over the next few weeks on Monterey Street. They also can expect to see more concrete bike median installation on Santa Barbara. And the next roadway segment plan for maintenance for slurry scene is from Santa Rosa to California Boulevard after all the concrete repairs have been done. And I just want to remind everyone that commuters should expect to see some travel delays during the duration, some lane shifts in work areas. And then for more information, you can go to the Slow in Motion website. And if you have questions, you can email us at slowinmotion@slowcity.org, or you can call us at 805-783-7887. And our website is slowcity.org/slowinmotion. Moving to everyone's favorite topic is parking, and we want to continue to hear from the community and help us design the next parking rates. As a reminder, we're coming back to the council on April 16th with the conclusion of the outreach and the conclusion of our parking rate study. And so in order to help us identify alternatives, we're asking for people to participate online on the 2024 parking rate study. This, again, is in partnership with the community, Downtown SLO, and our goal is to provide really high-quality services to residents, visitors, and businesses. And so we're looking at rates, but we're also looking at the experience as well. We've heard a lot of feedback about the technology, and so we hope that people will not be shy about giving us that feedback. And with that, Madam Mayor, that concludes my comments for tonight.
Well, thank you so much. Any questions from my colleagues? Wow. Oh, wait, here we go. Councilmember Francis.
No question, just a comment. Had a chance to ride in on the new Santa Barbara protected bike lanes last week, and just wanted to say absolute game changer. Hope you guys get out and have a chance to enjoy them.
Thank you. City Manager, anything else? All right. Thank you very much. And now we'll move forward to Timmy Tway. Just the other day, I was receiving a question. Hey, what's going to go into that new place? What's going to go into that building over there? You know, the one across from Eureka Burger? Where's the new houses going? And I get these questions a lot. So I'm excited that you're going to share this presentation and give everyone, you know, that link and the access to be able to check it anytime they wish. And if you are wishing to do, supply public comment and have not put in your slip yet to the city clerk here or outside, please go ahead and do that now.
There we go. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Timmy Tway. I'm the Director of Community Development, and I have a brief presentation for you on major development projects in the city. The purpose of this is to provide an update to the community and to the City Council about what's going on out there. So as we all know, larger development projects can take many years from when they're first dreamed up and entitled to when they actually are open and new units come online. And we often get questions from people about what this big empty lot is or what's going on with those construction vehicles. So hopefully this sheds a little light on that. I've divided the presentation into different stages, including projects under construction, all the way through projects that are currently in entitlement review. So they have been submitted but haven't been approved yet. And I would like to highlight that people can go to our website at any time and view a really fun interactive map where you can see where the projects are located in the city. There's more than 65 of them highlighted right now. I am not covering all of them because I don't want to bore everyone. But at slocity.org community development, and if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see a map there that you can click on, and it's a really great resource for people. It's updated about every quarter. So I'll start with projects that are under construction. One of the largest ones, as we all know, is Avila Ranch. This was approved in 2017 and is 150 acres in size. It is in 6 phases of development, and it includes 720 residential units and about 15,000 square feet of commercial space. Currently, there are about 66 residential units that are completed and a substantial amount of the public improvement for the project. And you can see on the screen kind of the area before anything happened. And now it's slowly getting filled in with those homes that are coming online. San Luis Ranch is another one of the larger projects. This was also approved in 2017, and it's a little smaller at 131 acres. And it includes 58 acres of ag and open space land that is preserved for those uses. And it includes a mix of 657 residential units and up to 114,000 square feet of commercial retail space and office development, as well as a 200-room hotel. And the majority of the public improvements have been completed at this point, including utilities, landscaping, and the extension of Delidio Drive and Froome Ranch Way. And here are some images that our inspectors have taken while they're working on this project. Building permits were issued in 2022 for the hotel and the Ag Heritage and Learning Center, which includes several new commercial buildings and the rehab of historic structures. 384 residential units have been completed and occupied, and an additional 164 units are currently under construction. Brigetti Ranch is another one of the larger projects we have in the pipeline. This is further along in the development process than the other two that I've previously spoken about, with 304 residential units. 265 of those are completed and 30 are currently under construction. The Ladera neighborhood of this area is nearing completion, and the Enclave neighborhood is starting construction. And here you can see what the project looked like before anything happened, and then moving into construction as they're nearing completion of the project. Moving away from the larger specific plan areas, now we have Laurel Creek, which is at 1150 Laurel Lane. This is near the intersection of Laurel Lane and Orchid Road, south of Sinsheimer. And it's a great example of an adaptive reuse of an existing building. So this was a large, very large warehouse building that the entitlements were approved in 2020. And it will include 100 residential units. This is the upper story of the existing warehouse. More than 100,000 square feet of commercial industrial space, and we've issued permits for 75 of the units, and it's currently under construction. San Luis Square, I think if you take a walk through downtown, you know about this project. So it's located at the intersection of Marsh and Napomo in downtown, the old Foster's Freeze site. And this includes a mixed-use project that was approved in 2018 that includes multiple four-story buildings and a pedestrian pathway that would house 36 hotel rooms, 63 units, about 20,000 square feet of commercial space, underground parking garage, outdoor seating areas and plaza. The 581 Higuera building is under construction, and the remaining buildings are in plan check. We all know about the Cultural Arts District parking structure, but this is another larger empty lot currently downtown, but it's the only city project on this list, and it's a 5-level parking structure with groundbreaking that happened in November 2023, and it's currently under construction. The lofts at the Creamery. So this next project is at 564 Higuera. These are lofts adjacent to the Creamery building. And these are a great example of an infill project near downtown that will provide housing on a previously undeveloped surface parking lot. It's a 4-story project approved in 2020 and includes 36 residential units on a half-acre site. And it's currently under construction. So now projects that are in plan check. So these have gone through the entitlement process, but are seeking their building permits at this time. So Froome Ranch specific project, this was approved in 2020 and includes 110 acres of land located west of Los Osos Valley Road between Highway 101 and Irish Hills Plaza. And it was envisioned as a residential project with some commercial development. A major component of the residential uses was the Life Plan community that provides various types of housing for senior living. And 60% of the project site has been set aside as open space. Annexation of the area was completed late last year, and the plans for on and off-site improvement are under review. The next project is 545 Higuera 586 Marsh mixed use. It's located on a through lot with fronts on Higuera and Marsh. It's an entitlement for a mixed use project that was approved in 2020. And it includes 56 residential units, about 5,000 square feet of commercial space, and would replace existing single-story commercial buildings. McMillan mixed use is at the dead end of McMillan Avenue near Orchid and Broad. And this was approved in 2022. It includes 44 units and a small commercial component on a 1-acre triangular shaped site that was used, it was vacant land used kind of for corporation yard for storage, and it's currently in plan check. The 600 Tank Farm mixed use project is located between the city limits and Broad. Entitlements were approved in 2022 on this 11-acre site. It includes 280 condo units and 12,000 square feet of commercial and office space. It's divided amongst 24 3-story buildings that are flats and townhome style units. And the plans are in review for on and off-site improvements, including the Santa Fe roundabout, which requires coordination with the county. 650 Tank Farm, so similar area of town, near Tank Farm and Broad. This was approved in 2020 and includes 249 rental units, a clubhouse, pool, and rec spaces, and 17,000 square feet of commercial space on a almost 13-acre site. And it includes 16 residential buildings and about 2.5 acres of open space. And it's currently in plan check. The Villages at Broad. This is located at the intersection of Broad and Ramona, and it's an expansion of an existing residential care facility, the Villages. The entitlements were approved in 2022, and it's currently under building permit review. It add 59 rooms. Motel Inn. This is located near the on and off ramps of Highway 101. Many people in town know this as the site of the original motel. And so the latest entitlement for this project was approved in July 2023 and includes 27 bungalow buildings with about 83 hotel rooms, as well as a hotel lobby and restaurant that integrates part of the existing original motel facade that's still standing, and it's in plan check. Next, entitled projects that are pending building submittal. So they've been approved, but we haven't seen the plans come in yet for building permit review. 1422 Monterey Mixed Use. This is located on Monterey between Pepper and California. The entitlements for this were in 2022, and it includes 106 affordable units and more than 4,000 square feet of commercial space. It's a 5-story building that spans between California and Pepper Street on Upper Monterey. It's a Haslo project, and we're anticipating building permit application this month or next month, so we're very excited about this. Monterey Place is at the intersection of Monterey and Nipomo between the Children's Museum and the historic, never get this right, Leitcher House? Is that right? It is now. The entitlements for this mixed-use project were approved in 2018, and it includes a 30-room hotel, 30 residential units, and ground floor commercial space. We're anticipating building permit submittal anytime. We've been in contact with the developer who is working on some plans. And this includes a pedestrian walkway that connects the new parking structure to the creek and the rest of downtown. And they're aiming to finish construction around the same time as the parking structure. The hotel at the Creamery, this is on Nipomo between Dana and Higuera, and it would replace the existing parking area in front of the Creamery building. It was approved in 2019 and includes 65-room hotel and 3,000 square feet of commercial space. And we are currently awaiting building permits submittal. And then these are projects that are newest in the pipeline, so they have come in for entitlement review but have not yet been approved by the city. So Laurel Garden, this is the full build out of the 1150 Laurel Lane property. So previously I spoke about the reuse of that warehouse, but there are plans to utilize the remainder of the space as well. This would include 449 residential units, 18,000 square feet of commercial, and it's on a 17-acre project site. The application was submitted in April 2023, and we're in the early stages of completeness review. Margarita Area Specific Plan Amendment. So this would include general plan amendment and Margarita Area Specific Plan Amendment to change the business park zoning to commercial service zone and allow mixed use development in this area. The proposal from the applicant includes 224 residential units and up to 60,000 square feet of commercial. And it's expected that the council initiation for the proposed amendments would be in April of this year. And that is my hopefully briefish summary of several of the projects in the pipeline. Again, I invite anyone who's interested to please visit our website for more information. There's contact information for the planner that's involved with each of the projects. If someone has additional questions and wants to reach out to the project planner or learn how to get involved in the entitlement process, we're always happy to hear from people with their comments. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And do we have any questions from my colleagues? Vice Mayor Pease.
Just a quick one, because I do think that it has some visibility, which is if you could just share when the Maxine Lewis shelter was torn down after 40 Prado, now there's some construction. Can you share about that project?
Yes, I might ask Teresa if she'll come up. She knows a lot more about the status of that project than I do.
Just a quick number of units and what's going to happen with the old house.
Thank you, Councilmember Teresa McClish. And we just participated in the closing of escrow for that project so that construction can start. I'm not sure of the exact date, but that will be 40, I believe 40 units preserving the house. So we're very excited about that project.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll say I live across from it. It has started. Councilmember Schwarzman. Oh, that's true. That's true. Councilmember Schwarzman.
Yeah, along the line of the Vice Mayor's question, one more question about Bullock Lane and where that is. And that's an affordable, or at least has some affordable units in it as well. Do we know what the status is of that?
We'll get back to you.
Thank you.
We understand. Thank you. Well, it was a lot of information to share, and I have to say, often I hear, what is all this building and where is this all coming from? And I think about, the Leicester House. It's only in the entitled phase, and I was sitting on the downtown board in 2014 when this was being brought to us at that time. So just kind of sharing that it takes a long time to get things through our different processes. And I think all of us have been either on planning commission or council or some committee that we've seen. It takes a while, and it's because you're very thorough and want to make sure that we're doing it right. So thank you so much. Without any other questions, we'll go ahead and move forward to public comment. This is for public comment for items that are not on the agenda. So just to make sure, if you have a comment for items on the consent agenda or on 7A or on 8A, then hold those thoughts. Otherwise, any public comment, City Clerk?
We have 6.
Great, thank you.
Our first speaker is Jeffrey Specht, then Omar, and then Sama.
It's not on. One second.
Good to go?
Not yet.
I probably don't need this, you know.
You do for the YouTube people to hear you thoroughly, though. Thank you so much. It's on now.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Specht, a lifetime resident of San Luis Obispo. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor Stewart, for, I'm not sure what happened to you, but it sounds like your feelings got pretty hurt. Sorry to hear that. I think you're a very nice person, ma'am. You deserve better. That being said, I too, like you, Erica, am very concerned with the safety of our community and our city. And it disturbs me to see an overwhelming amount of people that are wandering the streets, mentally ill, and using fentanyl, methamphetamine to add to the mental illness. This problem's not getting better, it's getting worse. If you go to Santa Rosa Park at almost any day, folks are doing this right out in the open in public while you have children on their bicycles and families trying to enjoy the skate park that you, Jan Marks, did a ribbon cutting on. You have stock in this. There's an overwhelming amount of garbage that you see periodically that builds up in this park. Now, I know that this likes to get pushed off on the county, but this is happening right here within our city. And it is a safety issue. These people are dying from methamphetamine and from fentanyl overdoses left and right. And our parking garage across the street and throughout town, why has there not been video cameras in these covers, the openings covered yet? It should have already been put on the agenda. You folks should be pushing Derek Johnson, your manager, to put this on the agenda and make it so. These are unsafe conditions. They need to be done now. There are several people who have fallen to their deaths from this place. Several people have expressed their concerns with it, yet It doesn't make to the agenda. It doesn't get voted on by you folks, and it remains unsafe. Not to mention, our city manager was early praising these death trap concrete bicycle traps. I see a horrible accident waiting to happen. Where are your priorities, folks? Let's fix this stuff before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Omar, and then Sama. And after that is Abadal.
Can I start right now? My name is Omar, and I'm 12 years old, and I'm here to talk about the issue going on in Gaza right now. And I think every child deserves the right to live with water, food, shelter, and school. And I think it's very sad that children have to live in conditions where they don't have that just for being born in Palestine or like being Palestinian. And I think that we should call for a ceasefire and have no more silence because our voices really matter. And it's not just happening in Gaza, there's also hate happening in the US. Like in Chicago, there was a boy stabbed to death who was 5 by his own landlord. And I don't think we should fund our tax dollars to help bomb those innocent children. I mean, we stood up with Ukraine. How come we're not standing up with Palestinians? Palestinians are also human too. And I mean, people are starving to death, they're freezing to death. You could go there, maybe get bombed any chance. I mean, we stood up against the Holocaust. Well, this is even worse in my opinion. I mean, children dying left and right. If you care about human rights, if you care about any children, stand up with Palestine. And it's not about religion. You don't have to be Muslim, Christian, Jewish. You just have to be human. Have a heart. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much.
Abdallah, and then Donna Hare Price, and then Scott Thompson.
Hello and good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, the council members. Today I'm going to talk about Gaza as my son talked about Gaza Strip. Gaza Strip with 2.2 million population, 8 times the population of San Luis Obispo, and only with 5% of the land size of San Luis Obispo, which make it 160 times more dense than San Luis Obispo County. So if we take the numbers and the math, you're talking about San Luis Obispo with 44 million residents. No food, no water, no medicine, nothing. More than 29,000 killed, equal to the number of public school students from K to 12 in all San Luis Obispo County. Most are civilian, 50% are children, more than 70,000 injured, and the whole population are displaced. No homes, no access to water, no food, no power, no medicine, no hospitals. Collective punishment of 2.2 million. We call on you to demand a ceasefire and to demand Israel to allow food, fuel, medicine, critical supply into Gaza and to stop the genocide. Killing Gazan people with our tax money is unacceptable. And please, join other cities like Chicago, San Francisco, Long Beach, and lately Berkeley, who passed the resolution for ceasefire. And I like this quote by Albert Einstein: "If I were to remain silent, I'd be guilty of complicity." Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Donna Hare Price, and then Scott Thompson, and that's our final speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. As a Jewish woman, I feel heavy-hearted due to the devastation of global events and the hate speech unleashed at our last council meeting. I don't know where to look for solace, as I'm sure you all in our community feels, even if we are unable or unsure how to articulate this pain caused by lack of consideration of our very humanity, we must figure out how to care for those who are targeted. Those of us who are proximate to power due to race, class, and gender must step forward to bear the burden of care. Rabbi Sharon Brous of ICAR writes in her book, The Amen Effect, about an ancient practice that involves those who are directly impacted by harm walk counterclockwise, while others walk clockwise. Those whose heart are heavy, broken, blown apart by grief and pain caused by circumstances or others' vitriol, are encircled with love and care by the community. No judgment or words, just care and love sent in your direction, bearing witness, holding one's gaze and heart to signal our care and shared humanity. Maybe as a part of neighborhood wellness, we can explore how to create communities of care for our neighbors impacted by hate speech so they feel they belong here, holding them dear so they feel our care in spite of the viciousness spewed. Now, we need to start with acknowledging the harm that was caused. Thank you, Mayor Stewart, for that. I want you all to know I hold your hearts and wrap you in care so we can all go on to do the good work ahead tonight and in the future.
Thank you so much.
Our final speaker is Scott Thompson.
Thank you, Council. Briefly, I would like to express my solidarity with the people of Palestine and to ask for the Council to pass a ceasefire resolution, as well as to voice my support for the efforts of the Slow Rent Coalition. I had originally intended to give my remarks over Zoom, but it seems that that option has at least been temporarily suspended, which is appropriate considering it is the topic I wish to comment on. I was present at the last council meeting that was interrupted by vile racism by an anonymous troll over Zoom. There are reports of this same type of disruption happening in other government meetings around the country that offer Zoom participation. This has been traced to a white supremacist organization whose name is so disgusting I won't bring it up. The group is believed to number in the low dozens, but the power of the internet has allowed them to have an outsized impact. Their goal is to disrupt the democratic process by which the public is allowed to interact with elected officials. And judging by the most common response by those targeted, which is to no longer allow remote questions, they have been successful. I do not know how much impact Zoom has had to this body in the past, but I hope that productive comments have outnumbered those which do nothing but disrupt. I would urge the council to reconsider allowing Zoom access to public comment and to prepare measures to deal with those who want nothing more than for their voices to drown out those of your actual constituents. Please do not let the trolls win, because as long as they keep winning, they will not stop. And I believe this process is too valuable to let that happen.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mayor, we have one more. Sama?
Hi, my name's Sama and I was born in Gaza and have been there multiple times. The last time I visited Gaza was in summer 2022 with my family. I spent wonderful time with my cousins and my dad's uncle. I had many sleepovers there with my cousin Hamza and the rest of them. Well, guess what? My dad's uncle and his wife, both of her parents, were murdered in an airstrike that targeted his home last week. I still remember those moments that we had sleepovers and had fun in their home. But today marks day 137 of this brutal genocide committed against the people of Gaza and the Palestinian people. 30,000 people have been murdered, 13,000 children, 9,000 women, and 25 plus from my own family. 8,000 missing, 70,000 injured, and 2.2 million are starving to death with no food, no medicine, no water, no electricity, and the dire situation in Gaza is unprecedented. People are surviving on tree leaves and animal food for bread. All of the world is calling upon Israel to allow food and humanitarian aid at least into Gaza. But these calls find a deaf ear that does not care about humanitarian aid. So please, call for a ceasefire.
Thank you so much. I want to say thank you for everyone who came and spoke. I consistently feel my heart break as I listen to many people at public comment, because there are so many important things to people that I wish we could solve right here at the dais. And then I also feel somewhat like a broken record when I do share that our council has separately, many of us feel certain ways, but as a dais, as a whole council, we have decided to make resolutions on issues that we can actually have an impact on with our ordinances and our policies. And so, yes, there was a Ukraine resolution. I do want to acknowledge that. And we had that also one item does not necessarily make precedence, and that we have decided that we will stick with what is within our jurisdiction. So just wanted to share that because I know that not every time sometimes someone is new that's here. So I wanted to share that. And I know that sometimes my colleagues have some things they wanted to add, so I just wanted to look around, see. Vice Mayor, you have that look on your face.
Briefly, yes, thank you for the comments and continuing to lift up, and just wanted to add on that we all also work as individuals for action with us within that arena. So appreciate everybody's comments coming out tonight.
Yes, thank you. And I also will say that I do hear you about the reallowing Zoom comments, and this is something we are talking about and trying to figure out the best ways possible to move forward, and have had a lot of conversations before we opened Zoom, just so everyone who is watching knows this was not a one-off decision. So something we've been very prepared for, doing that across the nation, and especially California, this has been happening. Okay, so thank you very much for all of the comments, and we will move forward to our consent agenda, which is considered to be relatively non-controversial items by staff. And so we will have a brief public comment once we start our consent agenda items. Is there anything that needs to be pulled from my colleagues? Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, I'd like to pull 6C for a brief discussion.
Sounds good. I had a feeling that might be. Anything else? All right. Well, is there any public comment so far on the consent agenda from 6A to 6F minus 6C? No? No. Public comments on 6C. Thank you so much. All right. So can I have a motion? Vice Mayor Pease.
I move approval of the consent items except 6C.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks.
I'd like to second that.
Wonderful. Can we have roll call?
Vice Mayor Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks? Yes. Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. And I always feel bad because we have so much work that's in here in this agenda within the packet that just kind of goes, yep, thank you. And I just want to, again, remember that there's so much hard work that goes on in the staff behind the scenes that you don't get to see. And I just want to thank the staff for that. Coming back to 6C, Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, I had the benefit of agenda review today and asked staff a few questions about the item 6C, because we have unusual situation, I would say, where we have our Human Relations Commission that made a recommendation and then staff that have a slightly different recommendation. And so had asked staff if they could give us any context around the last few cycles of the CDBG funding that we've allocated and how much we've allocated to the two organizations, Five Cities Homeless Coalition and CAPSLO. And, you know, just so we could get a little historical context on how much we've given those two organizations, and then also if we have any data around the number of residents that, of San Luis City residents that Five Cities Homeless Coalition funding has benefited in the past.
Great, thank you. I think I won't say all because I haven't guessed for sure, but I'm pretty sure all of us had that similar question.
Thank you so much. Timmy Toy, Director of Community Development, and Teresa's going to pull up a slide that we've prepared with some of this information. And so I'd like to highlight that our recommendation does differ from the HRC. We took that into consideration very seriously, and these are both competitive, eligible requests for the CDBG funding. And we have a slide that shows over the past 5 years. So you can see here the funding cycle year, CAPSLO, what was requested and what was funded, and then Five Cities Homeless Coalition, what was requested and what was funded in terms of dollar amounts. And then we were able to get some data in terms of the Five Cities money. And so in 2023-24 year, there were 16 households that were helped with rapid rehousing, and 17 with homelessness prevention through Five Cities Homeless Coalition. And in 22-23 year, it was 20 households with rapid rehousing, and I believe 13 with homelessness prevention.
So when you say that, are you comparing that to CAPSLO as well, or just telling us that completely separately?
Completely separately, that what Five Cities was able to help City of SLO specific families. And you can see here that the city actually provided $0 in 22-23, but those numbers were still, you know, those families were still helped within the city of San Luis Obispo. The CAPSLO money, what is funded, I believe, and Teresa may have more information, varies year to year as to what they're asking to use the money for. So it's a little bit harder to compare, you know, how many people were helped with that money each year.
I guess that's why I was asking the question specifically, just to clarify. It's not that I was you know, differentiating Five Cities Homeless Coalition as being the only agency that needed to provide some sort of data, but it's just the type of funding that they have requested and been funded for is something that's a little bit easier to sort of quantify the number of families or people, because it's rapid rehousing, it's rental assistance, it's housing deposits, it's that homeless prevention funding, rather than the type of services that I would, you know, roughly categorize that CAPSLO provides, which is, you know, more diffuse, larger numbers, you know, a congregate shelter versus helping individual families, so to speak. Thank you for gathering that data. I really appreciate it.
Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, well, I'd just like to say that having had a long affiliation with Forty Prado, that they do help individuals over and over again. At the time that they're being housed at Forty Prado, it's congregate housing. However, all of the services, I mean, it's the Homeless Services Center. It is not just congregate housing. If you go there, you'll see there trailers for the medical, for the dental. There's the veterans. A lot of people go to Forty Prado and they don't stay all night. They maybe get a meal, they maybe hook up with services, but there's a lot going on right here in the city of San Luis Obispo. And the way the law seems to sort it out, if someone is physically in our city, that person's a resident. So you know, my own inclination would be to go with the staff recommendation rather than the HRC, just because I believe our purview is to help the people who are city residents as the first priority, so.
Thank you. I do see there are a couple members in the audience that are from HRC as well as from Capslo and Five Cities. I don't know if they're on the list to speak. Okay, wonderful. So I feel like we might hear a little bit more from them before we have to deliberate anything. Do you have an initial question?
No, I just wanted to ask my questions, and then knowing that we would have public comment, and then assuming that we would deliberate and have more of a discussion afterwards, I wanted to provide us the opportunity to have a discussion since, like I said, it's not usual that we have differing recommendations. So just wanted to provide that opportunity.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions so far? Okay, can we have public comment, please?
Yes, we have two. The first one is Jenna Nichols and then Lauren Ramos.
Council, Jenna Nichols with the Five Cities Homeless Coalition. Just to clarify, while I have Five Cities in my name, we are speaking about the citizens of San Luis Obispo when we do serve specifically citizens in this community. You have a difficult decision. I appreciate it. Our colleagues here do a great job. There's two things I would probably ask, though, that you keep in mind as you're deliberating. Not necessarily about this, but just in general about how you're making city investments. The first is the shelter programs only work if we have housing and the ability to move people into housing. It isn't an either or. You have to have both. You have to have the ability to pay rent and deposit to move people in, and you have to have available housing. But you have to have the shelter in order to stabilize folks many times before that happens. So it's not an either or, and we both provide those services for that very specific reason. I will, though, add one thing about CDBG funding that I think is fundamental, which is why this is a really difficult decision for you. You probably understand that you can only invest 15% of your pot in public services. What that means for rapid rehousing and homeless prevention is it allows us to serve people at a higher income level and at a higher rental rate than all of our other federal funding that we receive from the county. Most of the federal funding we receive comes from a grant program called the Emergency Solutions Grant Program. It only allows us to serve residents who have an earning of 30% area median income, and it has very specific limitations about the fair market rent and rent reasonableness issues. CDBG funding allows us to go up to 80%. Anyone earning 30% cannot afford to live here if they don't have a housing voucher or some other housing subsidy, making it very difficult for us to use that funding. So we continue to seek the CDBG money because of the flexibility that it provides. City staff has been gracious enough to remind us that the Grants and Aid Program, or whatever you're calling it currently, is open, and we will be applying. As that is city money and it is not federal money, it will not have the same AMI and rent reasonableness restrictions. And so we understand, but I do want you to know that's why we continue to ask for the money. Just closing, I'll say just a couple of things. In the last 8 months, we have served 16 households, 25 people with rapid rehousing from San Luis Obispo residents, and we have served 17 households, 41 people with about $45,000 worth of rental assistance for homeless prevention. Homeless prevention is a big deal. Rents have gone up 29% since COVID. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Lauren Ramos, Community Service Director at Capslo, filling in for Jack Leahy, who's at home with his newborn. So I'll do my best to channel my Jack. I want to first thank the City Council for all your support for what we do at Capslo and for making homelessness a priority. It's very exciting to see all those developments coming up because at the end of the day, the solution is housing. So that is what we need to continue to do. I do not envy the city staff, the HRC, or you guys on this situation right here. It very much feels like we're trying to put out a house fire with a water pistol. These are small dollars that we're talking about for the overall system, but they are very critical to the work that we do every day at the Homeless Service Center. Thank you, Councilmember Mark, for pointing that out. We do serve people from North and South County as well there. On any given day, 20 to 30% are from North and 30% are from South, but the remaining of those are from here or out of county, but the majority of them are here in the city. We have asked for this funding over the years to go to multiple different things. This round, we did ask for it to go to our food program. In 2021, we averaged 190 meals a day out of the Homeless Service Center. We're on pace this year to be over 330 a day. So that went from 70,000 to over 120,000 meals on an annual basis. Our shelter nights have increased on the same pace. To put this in perspective, I did a little bit of research to figure out what is the average occupancy that a hotel wants to operate at. We're not a hotel, but just to put it in perspective, hotels want to operate somewhere between 70 and 95%, fluctuating. They never want to be at 95% all the time. Last year, we operated at 102%. Our staff are doing amazing work. And again, I do not envy you guys. We work with our partners, Jana being one of those, and she is right. Without the throughput, both of our work is kind of pointless. And so as the operator of the coordinated entry system where we're referring people out, we can't do that without the work of CHC and our partners in the North as well. But I'm here to answer any questions you guys have. And again, I do not envy your decision.
Thank you so much.
That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, and I really appreciate the questions to our data, our data questions. Anyway, so Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I wanted to start by saying that the work that Five Cities does is truly incredible. They're running a really amazing program down there, and if you haven't gotten a chance to go down to see the Cabins for Change, highly recommend that you do a tour. I think for me, this is really tricky because what we're talking about is allocating funds elsewhere means cuts to other services. And I just really can't cut the food service right now when we look at the numbers that we're seeing on a daily basis. And I hope we can find more funds to allocate to this emergency because it's truly is urgent. But right now I'm in support of the staff recommendations.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, this is really hard for me, especially sitting on the HSOC and listening to the conversation that we already had last month about the amount of dollars that there is available this year. And I'm actually staring at the table from that item at HSOC and seeing the big cuts that there were just cuts across the board to all the funding amounts. And there is going to be another $5 million that all of these organizations can apply for to supplement what they weren't able to get because there were 3 to 20% cuts because there was just fewer dollars this year available in all the different grant funding pots than there were last year. Five Cities Homeless Coalition is the only one of all of our organizations that, work tirelessly across the county to provide this whole spectrum of services that we do that gets funded for the rapid rehousing homeless prevention piece. So it may be more expensive by the person to provide those services, but it's keeping people in their homes so that they don't end up having to use some of our other services. So, and also the amounts that that were considered by HSOC were inclusive of assuming that we were using the HRC's recommendations towards our funding tonight. While we do have the ability to change course now and reallocate, but the table that I'm looking at here and the cuts that were projected were based on the assumption that we would be providing $20,000 for that rapid rehousing, and that's a small percentage of what the total amount is for all of the services. So I sound like I might be in the minority, but I wanted to speak in support of going with the recommendations that HRC made, not because these organizations aren't both really, really important to the work being provided in the community, but overall, but I know that this is the only pot that's available from other sources for rapid rehousing. So that makes me want to honor the decision or the recommendation that HRC made and hope that we can find other sources to continue to support the food needs and the kitchen needs at the shelter at Prado.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to really say how much I appreciate the work of Five Cities Homeless Coalition and the rapid rehousing and the wonderful small houses that you guys have done down there. It's just really, it's really great. And I think it's very sad that we would have to be in the position where we're looking at cuts as the homeless problem gets worse every year, and rents are getting higher every year, and people who may have, we may consider middle class and people who serve on our advisory bodies suddenly can't afford the rent, and so it's a horrible, horrible situation. I'm still going to go with the staff recommendation. And I want to say that, there are all kinds of groups that provide meals and provide food at Mary Parker's group. And I know my husband shows up once a month with a bunch of lasagna, So, there's a lot of volunteer providing food, but you can't do that and provide a balanced diet for these people on the ad hoc, like, okay, well, what are you going to bring? So they really do need this very, very basic, they need this money to do this very basic service, which is on combating hunger. And again, people can't think properly and make decisions if they're suffering from hunger. So I'm going to support the staff recommendation. Reluctantly, I wish I had this magic purse that it could just, materialize more money for this problem, but we don't. So thank you.
I wish I had the magic purse too. That'd be amazing. Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you so much. I won't repeat the comments other than thank you to the outstanding organizations in our community. We don't usually, usually we trust that advisory body process, but I think this one has enough complications that I'm going to support the staff recommendation at this time.
Well, thank you. This is a tough one for me because I know how much time it takes to go through all the grants and read all the applications and compare everything to the categories that were provided. And so I feel like that information for us to pick up and just change is difficult to me at the City Council. The other thing is, I've been on the CAPSLO board. I've been on the Friends of Prado board. I so support CAPSLO. And the work that CAPSLO is doing in all the different realms for that matter. The thing that brings me pause is, as Councilmember Marks says, there's people that do volunteer and give food. And I have asked and asked and asked and asked, let me know what exactly you need. There are people in this community that want to help. And it is very hard to get that pulled from CAPSLO. So I look at this and say, well, that's almost $50,000 difference. I would love to figure out how to help CAPSLO more, but I also wonder how much less that would be if we could get that information out into the community. So I think that's part of the challenge that I'm having with this specific ask. And I'm having the desire to help with the throughput process of if we have a place to put people in, well, not put people, but have a place to give access to people to have a home, and that is happening with such a small amount of money, whether it's to stay in your home with rental assistance or whether it's the cabins for change. I just feel like that would actually help alleviate more space out of 40 Prado as well. So I see that this is, it's just a space where I struggle, and I think that both of these are, well, like so many of the grants that we receive are both great, and I see the need in both. But when I vote, I'll be voting with HRC, which would be against the staff recommendation on this one. Councilmember Schwarzman?
Yeah, I was just gonna propose a little bit of a happy medium. I know that $20,000 is basically what we're talking about here, and it's not a ton of money. But I would be happier to sort of split the difference. We've, in the past several years, as we saw on the slide, we've given 5 Cities Homeless Coalition for this purpose, I think it was $3,000 to $7,000 or $8,000. So my proposal would be to provide them $10,000 so that they can provide this rapid rehousing service to Slow City residents, as they have been, even sometimes without having our allocation committed to our residents, and then give the other $10,000 to supplement the $40,000 that was going to go to the CAPSLO application. So I would make that motion if it seemed like there was going to get support.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Marks?
Well, I was going to ask you if that were a motion. Is that a motion? Because I will second it if you do.
Okay, then it is a motion.
Okay, I'll second it. I think it's a reasonable compromise, and again, it's just too bad we don't have more money to allocate. So
I wish we did too. I do have one more comment before we move forward with the first and second. So Councilmember Francis. Sorry.
Yeah, Councilmember Schwarzman, I could be supportive of that motion with a plea to the community that they help us fill that gap at 40 Prado. If you can make donations to Friends of 40 Prado to help fill in this food gap, this need we have, just putting that out there for all of you to consider.
I definitely have to ditto that. I think that there are so many people that say, well, how can I help? And this is an actual, like a tangible way that you can help, even in small ways. So, and everyone's budgets has a little bit more to give. Councilmember Schwarzman, I definitely accept that as a motion, and Councilmember Marks as a second. Did you have another comment before you move forward?
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
Mayor Parker's organization is called the People's Kitchen, right? And they consistently come up with lunch every single day. And they're always looking for volunteers, and they're always looking for more funding, and they're always looking for more food. So, and you can find them on the internet. I don't know what their link is, but I blanked on the name, but now I remember it's People's Kitchen. So yeah, thank you. I agree with what you're saying there.
Yes, or you can just go to capslo.org, either one. All right, so I think we have a first and a second, and I don't see any more comments. So City Clerk, can we have roll call?
Councilmember Schwarzman?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pease?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you for the compromise. We hope it still works a little bit for both agencies. I know that's sometimes difficult. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break at 7 o'clock. We'll see you back at 7:10, and we'll be back to our business. All right, we'll get this meeting back to order, and we are moving forward to 7A, which is our first business item of the evening, adoption of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Strategic plan. I will move over to Deputy City Manager Greg Herman to kick us off.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Happy to be here this evening. Just have a few brief remarks, and then I'm very happy to hand it over to the folks who are going to be presenting tonight. So I want to start with just a very sincere thanks to the council, to the community, to our staff, to our consultant for all of the work that led us up to this evening. It's been an incredible amount of work, and it's been a really positive experience for everybody that's been involved. I also think it's important to just recognize for a moment that this is the last of the 5 key recommendations that the council committed to implementing as a part of the 2020 task force. And I think there's a lot of cities that make commitments and make statements with respect to DEI, but I think it is a much shorter list of cities that follow through on their commitments, and I'm very proud of the work that we've done to get us to this point. We've accomplished a lot since 2020, but there's a lot of work that remains ahead, and what you see in this plan this evening is what the next 5 years of that looks like as envisioned by the feedback that we received from our community and through the research that we've been able to accomplish. I also just want to take one moment. It's been a little while since we've looked at it, but behind our city attorney, there's a diagram, and it shows our 4 major city goals and just acknowledge the interrelationship of those goals. And so we obviously cannot have a full discussion about diversity, equity, and inclusion without understanding the important role that housing, climate action, and economic mobility play as a part of that conversation. And just to note that we'll be relying heavily on the tasks in those respective work plans to be able to continue to provide the foundation for the DEI-focused work that you have before you tonight. With that, I'm happy to introduce formally and hand it over to our DEI manager, Nestor Velos Pasalacqua, and our consultant, Dr. Bea Makikau, for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and esteemed council members. It is my pleasure to be before you tonight. With me, I am fortunate to present the DEI strategic plan with Dr. Bea Makikau, the inaugural DEI manager for the city of San Luis Obispo. It's been a long and exciting journey of community conversation, engagement, outreach, research, and intense writing and editing. For tonight's presentation, we will have a series of slides that we will go over from the history of DEI at the city to the strategic plan timeline to community engagement and some of the key findings. And we will include a few illustrative tactics, and we will be open to answer any of the questions that you may have. The recommendation for this item tonight is for City Council to adopt the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Strategic Plan as recommended by the Human Relations Commission.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Council. I'm excited to be here with you this evening. I'm going to begin by reviewing the historical context of DEI initiatives in the city. On September 1st, 2020, a resolution was passed establishing the Task Force for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, defining its term and charge. The task force was a community-led effort to launch guided and intentional initiatives prioritizing diversity, equity, and inclusion within the city of SLO. On February 2nd, 2021, a resolution was passed recognizing and receiving the recommendations of the DEI Task Force. The DEI Task Force report had over 90 recommendations, with 5 of them defined as essential. This included adopting diversity, equity, and inclusion as a major city goal for fiscal year 21-23, establishing an Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion within the city, developing and implementing a DEI strategic plan for the city, committing to ongoing annual funding of at least $150,000 for DEI high-impact grants, and lastly, charging the Human Relations Commission to designate DEI as a standing priority. As mentioned by Deputy City Manager, today will mark all of those as either complete or in progress. The DEI Task Force was truly a catalyst of the establishment of the DEI office within the city and helped shape the strategies for the diversity, equity, and inclusion major city goal that followed. City Council adopted diversity, equity, and inclusion as a major city goal for fiscal year 21-23, which focused on hiring the DEI manager, the Human Relations Commission moving to the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, broadband strategic plan support, the DEI high impact grants, human services grants, and supporting the inaugural Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion SLO Business Grant Program. DEI continued as a major city goal for fiscal year 23-25, with the main focus on developing the DEI strategic plan, among other initiatives. The DEI Task Force of 2020 planted a seed for how the city of SLO would embark on creating intentional strategies to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion. Since then, that seed has been watered and grown through the major city goals, and now the DEI strategic plan is the key to creating a rich garden of diversity, equity, and inclusion strategies embedded across all city functions that reflect the expansive needs and experiences of the community, both today and into the future. The strategic plan development began in May of 2023 with a study session that was presented to City Council. This session provided essential feedback to staff at the onset of the DEI strategic plan process. Additionally, in July, the primary DEI consultant, was contracted and has been integral into developing the plan. From the months of May to August, research was conducted on existing DEI strategic plan frameworks or documents developed by various municipalities and other government entities to help us identify best practices within the field. Other strategic plans that were reviewed included the City of Philadelphia's DEI strategic plan, the U.S. Department of Finance DEI proposal, the City of Chicago Racial Equity Plan, the City and County of San Francisco Racial Equity Action Plan, Department of State Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Strategic Plan, and the City of San Mateo DEI Strategic Framework Report. All these documents were extremely useful in helping us align our strategic plan with current trends, while also ensuring that the strategies developed directly reflect the needs of the San Luis Obispo community. During the months of September and November, we conducted community outreach and engagement, which Nestor will discuss further in detail on the next slide. For the months of December and January, the Office of DEI, in collaboration with the consultant, began writing and refining the language in the plan. In January, a draft was presented to the Human Relations Commission, which received their unanimous support. In the final days of January and February, the plan was has received feedback from all city department heads, the city manager, and the city attorney, and has been refined and edited to reflect the draft that sits in front of you all today.
Thank you, Bea. One key aspect of the development of the DEI strategic plan was the community outreach and engagement component. From August 18 to October 31st, the DEI community-wide vision survey was online, and we received over 420 visits and a total of 328 responses. Following that, to enhance our efforts to reach the Spanish-speaking community, 2 radio shows presentations were done in Santa Maria, radio show Ranchito and radio show station La Mexicana. And both radio stations reached the county of San Luis Obispo, as well as the city of San Luis Obispo. And including both radios, we were able to reach up to 4,500 listeners on a daily basis. We also conducted 2 community workshops, one at the end of August and another one in September. In October, we also conducted a public hearing during the Human Relations Commission, a regular meeting, to be able to get additional feedback from the community and as well recommendations from HRC. In total, we received 44 workshop attendees. Following the workshops, we also conducted 24 one-on-one interviews with community experts and various partners organizations in the city. We have reached over 90 contacts through the extensive list of partners. The list of contacted organizations, for example, include Race Matters, the Gala Pride and Diversity Center, Transitions Mental Health Association, Cal Poly Office of University Diversity and Inclusion, Community Action Partnership of SLO, CAPSLO, Access Support Network, Independent Living Resource Center, the Latino Outreach Council, Undocu Support, the NAACP, the Public Health and the Behavioral Health Department, the SLO Museum of Art, and many, many, many more. That being said, part of our community outreach and engagement was to understand key descriptors that inform the vision for the city of San Luis Obispo. So the survey respondents envision a city and a community that is inclusive, welcoming, diverse, equitable, safe, sustainable, justice-driven, with economic opportunity, a community and city that is progressive, prosperous, that is community-led, innovative, and even more. Likewise, Spanish-speaking survey respondents envision a city and community that is progressive, safe, prosperous, accessible, culturally rich, innovative, resilient. And needless to say, there is consensus between different groups about the vision of a city and community that is meant for all, that embraces all, and where all feel a strong sense of belonging.
Thank you. Throughout the community engagement process and survey analysis, 4 major themes arose as priorities that the community wanted to see reflected in the DEI strategic plan. Those themes included the need to adopt a DEI statement that serves as a guiding principle for the future of the community and the city, ongoing efforts to enhance and embed DEI values in communication and outreach strategies. I do want to add here that that includes continuing to build on the great work of the Communications Department with the Public Engagement Noticing Manual. And lastly, to in practice operationalize diversity, equity, and inclusion values across all city functions and departments. These findings ultimately helped us ensure that the final product of the DEI strategic plan reflected the priorities of the community. At the onset of the strategic plan development, it was important to ground the creation of a formal diversity, equity, and inclusion statement in the already established vision set forth by the Council for the City of San Luis Obispo. The development of a DEI strategic plan is inherently tied to core values of this council and is integral in the city's ability to achieve its vision of a community connected by civility, sustainability, inclusivity, regionalism, partnership, and resiliency. The DEI statement further serves as a clear and purposeful guide for how diversity, equity, and inclusion is defined within the city. It reads, "The City of San Luis Obispo values diversity, promotes equity and belonging, actively denounces all forms of bigotry, and believes that both in value and practice, San Luis Obispo can be a place where all individuals are treated with dignity, respect, and inclusion. The city is dedicated to building a community and government in which diversity is celebrated, inclusion and equity are embedded in policy, and all members of the public are represented to ensure San Luis Obispo is a place all can thrive." This DEI statement, coupled with the council vision and community feedback, and I would say echoed by the public comment we heard this evening, elevates the alignment of a DEI strategic plan with the values and vision of the city. The framework of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Strategic Plan was built on data analysis that centers people's experiences and identities in the community, as well as Cotter's 8-step model for organizational change. Cotter's model includes the following strategies. 1, create urgency. 2, build coalition. 3, create vision. 4, communicate vision. 5, empower others. 6, create quick wins. 7, build on the change, and I would argue most importantly, number 8, embed the change. This framework will be utilized to communicate overall process and implementation strategies. The key findings coupled with this framework for organizational and change informed the guiding pillars that make up the ecosystem for all of the tactics in the plan. The 4 primary pillars are diverse community engagement and representation, equitable communication and accessibility, inclusive organizational culture and structures, and lastly, embedded accountability and sustainable change. In the following slides, we will give examples of how the pillars inform the strategic goals and the tactics that follow. This method is key to the formation of a plan that is not only rich in vision, but also one that is sustainable and can be operationalized across all city functions.
The first pillar reads diverse community engagement and representation. This pillar refers to the ways in which we can maintain engagement and broaden representation by strengthening public engagement, public involvement, and the creation of equitable access and enhancing local nonprofit and business environments that promote a stronger sense of community building and belonging. Under Goal 1.1, one tactic, for example, is continue to work with community partners, such as the Police Advisory Committee and Roundtable, to give the community a voice in policing and ensure that 21st century policing recommendations are embedded where possible. Under Goal 1.2, one key tactic, for example, is partner with nonprofit organizations such as the Chamber of Commerce and Diversity Coalition to research the viability of developing a leadership slow module or program that encourages diverse individuals, such as those that are BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, or members of the LGBTQ+ communities to develop leadership skills and encourage diverse groups to assume leadership roles in commissions, in city councils, in boards. Pillar 2 reads equitable communication and accessibility. This particular pillar refers to the development and implementation of accessible communication strategies and creating opportunities to celebrate diversity and facilitate inclusion throughout the entire city. Under Goal 2.1, one particular tactic is partner with the fire department to enhance disaster preparedness outreach programs for those with disability, access, functional needs, and lower socioeconomic community members who are disproportionately affected by natural disasters. Under Goal 2.2, one tactic is about the exploration to develop and expand funding opportunities for cultural activations, promotions, and celebrations in downtown, such as the expansion of the banner program and storefront decorations that can highlight the rich history of the city while also making sure that we continue to celebrate the amazing contributions of different cultures in the city.
Pillar 3 reads embedded accountability and sustainable change, which refers to the city's initiatives and strategies to operationalize diversity, equity, and inclusion across all city functions, and in an effort to establish measured growth and transformational change. Under Goal 3.1, which reads prioritize transformational governance, where diversity, equity, and inclusion is embedded in budgeting, planning, programming, and policy making, one key tactic reads 3.16, review and embed diversity, equity, and inclusion language into existing policies, procedures, codes of conduct within facilities, parks, programs, events, and rentals for services provided to the community. Under Goal 3.2, partner with public-facing city departments in pursuing strategies aimed at increasing diversity, addressing inequities, and fostering systemic change. One tactic reads 3.24, develop a bias and hate incident reporting process in collaboration with the police department and work with the Human Relations Commission to review citywide hate crime and incident data on a quarterly basis and identify appropriate supportive actions through the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Pillar 4 is inclusive organizational culture and structure, which refers to the city's effort to cultivate an inclusive workplace culture with equitable programs and policies that value and welcome individuals from diverse backgrounds. Under Goal 4.1, empower city leadership and city staff to build upon their DEI competencies and engage in expanded educational offerings. One essential tactic is 4.14, which is to incentivize and recognize participation in inclusive leadership training modules for all department heads and managers within the organization. Under Goal 4.2, foster an inclusive work culture that promotes equitable hiring, retention, and promotion practices. One essential tactic is 4.210, partner with human resources and the city attorney's office to research a process for employees to report bias incidents that occur within the workplace. All of the tactics shared with you today are only a few examples of the 90 essential tactics included in the plan. Ultimately, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Strategic Plan, while spearheaded by the Office of DEI, spans across all city departments and is indicative of the collective effort to cultivate a SLO community that is welcoming and inclusive of all of its residents and visitors. The DEI Strategic Plan tactics are designed for all departments to work together and learn from each other throughout their efforts to expand DEI initiatives across the entire city. This is an integrated and collaborative effort.
Our commitment to the implementation of the DEI strategic plan is critical to our success. Part of the plan includes the implementation matrix, which is a tool that will help us keep track of the completion of each tactic. Additionally, the Office of DEI will present an annual report and update to City Council outlining the success and completion of each one of the tactics in future years. Lastly, dear Mayor and City Council members, thank you so much for your time. We will conclude with a reminder of the recommendation, which is to adopt the DEI strategic plan as recommended by the Human Relations Commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the little summary items that you've picked out so that you don't have every single item on the screen. That was a lot to see, but really great to see all of the work that you both have done and the team has done. So thank you so much. Any questions, initial questions from my council members? All right, we'll move forward to, oh, just kidding, Vice Mayor Pease.
Sorry, just one, which is the kind of that embed piece of it. You know, it's a pretty quick cycle in terms of major city goals. And so we struggle in our prioritization about what needs to be a major city goal and needs some focused attention, and when does it become operationalized? I might argue that now that we have a plan, you know, with accountability and reporting, obviously, you know, there's going to be some funding, but I'm just wondering if you feel like once this is adopted, that there's a certain continuity of a work program for these next 5 years that feels operationalized. We've got departments set up, or is that still tenuous in your mind? Mr. Herman wants to start on that.
I got the look from Nestor. So I think that this is a relatively new major city goal, and that we have some current major city goals that have predated DEI. And the thing I think that would add is that when it comes time to budget making decisions, there's priority that's allocated to major city goal tasks and initiatives. So everything that's included in the first 2 years of the plan is funded through the current financial plan. But years 3 through 5, there's operational items that aren't funded yet. And so to the degree that council feels like we may need to continue to allocate funding of those to fully realize the plan, highlighting it as a continued major city goal would provide an elevated criteria for those tasks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you all again for taking all the time to meet with the council members and go through all of this in detail, and also for your really careful incorporation of all the feedback you got from the community groups and from council last time we saw this. It was really evident that you took that and really brought us a beautiful plan, so thank you. This actually kind of goes back to one of the questions I asked, and I think you kind of touched on it, Mr. Herman, on the beginning of the presentation, but one of the things that struck me is that it felt like there were a lot of pieces that could potentially get added into this, right? One of the things that I was looking for is, do we have any mention of affordability and safety of housing and those types of things? And could I find those somewhere in the policy-making pillar in 3.1? And I thought you had a really good explanation, and I thought it kind of was worth highlighting or explaining that in a little bit more detail, why all of those pieces didn't necessarily make it into this.
Absolutely, and I invite other folks that have other comments as well. So it's a fair question, and to be quite frank, I think we could encompass a lot of our core services, a lot of our capital projects. There's a lens through which we can look at all of our work through the lens of DEI. That being said, I think what we wanted to do is be deferential to the tasks that are already in place for those existing work programs, for those existing major city goals, the really focused work that need to be within those specific subject areas with the subject matter experts from those particular areas, and then allow that to be a foundation for the DEI focused work, which is what we're going to be working on out of the Office for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion to really sit on top of our efforts in there. That being said, we need to make continued and sustained progress in those areas if we want to be truly effective in accomplishing some of the metrics that we've identified in the strategic plan.
Thank you for that further explanation.
I wanted to add too, I think that both of our council members' comments. One is that as we discuss the development of this process, we see the 5-year strategic plan operating in concert with major city goal cycles as a way to embed accountability of the success of the plan. So it's a beautifully built-in structure within city that will allow the tactics to live that way. Other strategies that were included in the embedded portion of the pillar were looking at processes that are already exist within city process. For example, the capital improvement project review process. One of the tactics was to embed a DEI guidelines into that review process. So some of it is short-term strategic wins to build in DEI in our operational processes that already exist, and then also identify what are the longer-term objectives that will require the funding and resources of major city goals into the future. And then I think the other piece around our additional major city goals, it's really essential that those major city goals also reflect the values of the city and also reflect the diversity, equity, and inclusion statement that is put forth here, while leveraging the expertise of those departments and the staff in those areas and identifying where they reflect and lift up diversity, equity, and inclusion and issues regarding housing, economic development, climate justice, and sustainability, and allowing this diversity equity strategic plan to speak to the experiential needs of the community that are not often reflected in things like capital improvement projects, but are rooted in fostering a sense of belonging and inclusion and equity for our most marginalized populations.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a question about the Human Relations Commission, which is near and dear to my heart. It's been going on since 1964. On the first page of the introduction, you state that you want to charge the Human Relations Commission to designate DEI as a standing priority. And I just wondered, this made me ask the question, will the HRC still have the flexibility to have other kinds of agenda items to consider besides those which might come under the umbrella of DEI? I mean, for instance, sometimes something will come up on council, like through public comment or something, that we feel really needs to go to the Human Relations Commission. But I'm just curious how this plan would affect the agenda setting capacity and the flexibility of the Human Relations Commission.
Thank you so very much for that question. I'm really excited to be the liaison for the HRC because not only they have embraced DEI, but they maintain the core functions of what HRC really stands for. And the marrying of those two different concepts has really expanded the role of HRC, and now they themselves actually see themselves quite busy on a monthly basis, being able to engage with the community, hearing as well what potential recommendations or what is it that what support is needed out in the community. So it hasn't really changed. More than anything, it has provided them with a larger breadth of support to the community and to be able to provide recommendations to city council, for example, with grants and or the city manager as well, to make sure that we continue to further the not only DEI, but as well the original functions of HRC.
Thank you. That sounds good. That's what I thought, but that statement made me go, what's happening here? So I'm glad to hear the flexibility is still there.
Thank you, Councilmember Schwarzman.
Thank you for the report. Thank you for the plan. It's a great document. Love the detail. I'm looking at the matrix right here at the end. You know, great tracking tool to make it really clear how all of this good work is going to get done and when you anticipate it being done. I don't mean to make this a trick question, but also curious, you know, there's a lot in here. Is it anticipated that over time, you know, with the, I think it's, what do you have, up till 27, 28, that we could accomplish this with our existing staff and resources? Or do you see that there might be a need for asking for more in order to accomplish this within that time frame? And I'm not going to hold you to it if you say.
We are very ambitious and we want to make it happen. I can tell you that there are a few tactics in the plan that actually look into strategizing and looking at the need of the office to be able to implement each one of those tactics. So there will be eventually staff needed to be able to make that happen. And that's language that has been added as well as part of the plan. As we continue to implement and keep track of those tactics, then we will be able to identify when that need comes.
Thank you for the question. Well, thank you very much. I've asked most of my questions during the time with yourself and Deputy City Manager Herman. I would have loved to have seen a slide that showed all the people that you reach out to, because I think that, I know you've said it very, very fast here, but I think helping people understand really who you're connecting with and how this is really, truly community-wide effort is something that would be really good. Maybe for the website, who knows? Public comment, do we have any?
Yes, we have 8 speakers.
Great, thank you.
Okay. The first one is Stacy Ritter, then Chelsea Ruiz, and then Jim D'Antona. And if you can be prepared to speak when the next one's done, we'll move through these a little bit faster.
I don't see the red button, so 1 second. Okay, and who is next so they can get in line?
Chelsea Ruiz.
Great, thank you so much.
Hi, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to offer my support on behalf of the DEI Strategic Plan. My name is Stacy Ritter. I'm owner of Concussion Navigation Services, which is the only concussion specialty rehab clinic on the entire Central Coast. One of the ways in which we can identify areas in which DEI initiatives are so desperately needed is in healthcare. We have an entire population of people that are underserved because of their lack of insurance or their uninsured status. One of the most hated questions in any healthcare office is, do you take SenCal? The direct impact of this, I am a grant recipient, and one of the direct impacts is on a person-to-person basis. I've been able to treat SenCal patients, uninsured patients, underserved patients directly for their brain injuries where they would otherwise not have access to specialty care whatsoever. A couple of examples I can share with you is the single mom who's a waitress, and because of her brain injury as well as her car being totaled, she was not able to go to work. And by doing telehealth visits with her under the grant, I was able to get her back to work so that she can support her kiddos again. I have high school athletes who are otherwise underserved by the popular and well-serving pediatrics groups that don't take SenCal. I can take care of their brains so they can continue to go to school and perform academically. I've been able to see a local musician who had no insurance whatsoever and could not play music because of his brain injury, and we were able to get back him into performing his music. I have dealt with 3 girls who had their concussions sustained as a result of bullying or gang violence, who otherwise would not have had access to concussion care. In fact, they wouldn't have even been aware that it was available to them. There's also a family who lost their private insurance because the father suffers from long COVID. Their insurance company dropped them. Their son got a concussion, and he had no access to care. So these are just some examples of real human beings that are benefiting from the grant that the DEI Commission was able to come up with. And I know that one of the pieces of their strategic plan is to continue to offer grant funding after this one expires, because the worst thought to me at this point is, if you have a concussion on June 30th, I can take care of you. If you have a concussion on July 1st, I can't. So my support of this group is deep felt, and I see it on the faces of my patients every day. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
After Chelsea is Jim D'Antona and then Carrie Sundra.
Hi, I'm Chelsea Ruiz, and I'm representing SLO County on DocuSupport, and I'm here to express my wholehearted support of this DEI plan. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of the things that were particularly exciting to me about this plan, and also express my appreciation to the manager and the city council for making this a priority. I really, really would love to see other jurisdictions adopt a DEI plan or cherry pick some of these incredible elements, and just appreciate you guys for being the leaders in our county on this. So one that was particularly exciting was the how-to guide in Spanish and other languages on how to participate in public meetings and share public comment. Because one of my goals at DocuSupport is to, in the future, bring some of our community members to come and help them share in their own words public comment. And this kind of like takes something off my to-do list. And I definitely plan to utilize this guide and hope to have guests with me in the future. So thank you. Another one that was really exciting to me was partnering with different nonprofits for like some kind of leadership SLO module on how to get more BIPOC and LGBTQIA Two-Spirit Plus representatives on advisory boards and nonprofit boards. We were fortunate to be able to write a grant and receive funding so that we could sponsor 3 Latinas to attend the BIPOC board leadership training that was organized by Diversity Coalition. And they came back and just had the best things to say about it. It was so inspiring, and it was just really cool to see all the benefit that came out of this this opportunity. And I love that the city wants to promote that and see even more diversity on our governing bodies. And okay, I'll share one more. So this does not apply to undocumented immigrants, but I really liked where it talks about conduct community training and civics classes on how to be involved in city projects and programs to ensure more participation. And what came to my mind was the need for more information and outreach for voter registration, especially for Latina populations, for those that are able to vote. So I just really, really am grateful for this plan and all the great work that you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
After Jim D'Antona is Carrie Sundry, then Biz Steinberg.
Good evening, Jim D'Antona, President and CEO for the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce, here on behalf of our organization, our board, to fully support, obviously, this DEI strategic plan. Our chamber adopted an economic vision in 2018, put it into effect in 2019 with a pillar of creating connection. One of those items under that creating connection was to promote and model diversity and inclusion throughout our community. And this is doing that. We understand from not just a community side, from an economic side, all of this is so important. We will not continue to thrive if we do not embrace diversity, inclusion, and welcoming tension to the important subjects that you are dealing with throughout this entire strategic plan. And so we look forward, as identified in Goal 1.2, to enhance local nonprofit and business environments, almost as if we were set up perfectly to talk about leadership SLO, and talk about a couple key programs that we are doing on our side to, again, enhance that piece. From the chamber side, we've recently launched a Businesses Supporting Businesses program. And that's for members of the chamber to support businesses that have not normally seen themselves in the chamber, to give them a shot to see what we do here and how we can assist, so that maybe when they see themselves here, they can tell someone else, and we can continue to grow that. So we're so proud. We're working so closely with Preston and Race Matters, and pulled together a cohort of BIPOC business owners, and really enhancing what is their need, what can we do, and what do we need to do to be supportive of them. And additionally, at the same time, we're doing a strategic discussion with Leadership SLO on sometimes people can't afford to spend an entire day, right, at a organization or a class. So can we do one-offs that would support BIPOC leadership like Diversity Coalition, working in partnership. So these are all things we're going to do on our side, and we look forward to working with Nestor and the city and the entire team to enhance that from the business side, and look forward to you passing this strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So after Carrie is Biz Steinberg, then Reese Galido.
Okay. Hi, I'm Carrie Sundra. I have a small business called Alpenglow Industries, and we were a recipient of the City of SLO Business DEI grant. And I just want to say what an amazing program this is. What we're doing is we are doing low-cost soldering and basic electronics workshops. And we are specifically doing a lot of outreach and encouragement to people who are historically underrepresented in STEM. And this was something that we'd been wanting to do for a while, but just didn't have the resources. It takes a lot of planning and outreach and just time talking to people, putting posters up, everything in order to put this on. And basically this grant enabled us to do all of that. And it's more than just a one-time thing. It has lasting impact because now that we have done all of that work and we have this ball in motion, the cost for us to continue to do these workshops, indefinitely on a regular basis is relatively low. And we have so far had 2 soldering workshops. They have been amazing. They have been full of people from communities underrepresented in STEM. It's been really exciting. Some of them are looking for work and are now able to put some soldering experience on their resumes. So it's really exciting for me to be able to help somebody in that way. And I just wanted to say that it was a really unique opportunity because we are not a nonprofit, and I know that the community of SLO has a lot of businesses like mine that are, kind of under the radar that you might not even know about because we're not really very public facing. And the opportunities for people to just contribute to DEI and to support DEI in whatever way they are uniquely able to is really big. And I really hope that you'll support this plan and continue funding efforts like this in the future. Thanks.
Thank you.
Biz, and then Reese, and then Missy Reitner.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Stewart and members of the council, I'm Biz Steinberg from CAPSLO. And it's really an honor to be here to support this plan. As an organization and working with other nonprofits, to have our city, as a city resident, I'm so proud of the work that's gone on. And of course, you have Nestor, who we've worked with in the past. So thank you, Nestor. Thank you for the outreach to all of us in the community. And we're here to walk hand in hand with you, however we can, with the folks that we support every day. Many are your residents as well in the central part of the city. The vision statement is so well written, and I know it got wordsmith, but I think you hit it really very, very well and very timely. So with your consultations with Race Matters and the Diversity Coalition and all the new entities we have in our community, it makes it all come together so well. So thank you for all the effort, and I look forward to working with you all on the plan. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
After Reese is Missy Reitner Cameron, and then Claudia.
Hi, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council and staff. My name is Reese Galido, and I wanted to express my support of the DEI strategic plan as a first-generation queer person of color and a 25-year resident of San Luis Obispo. In our society, we must acknowledge that it takes real work to dismantle systemized racism and prejudice. That's why it's so important to adopt and codify a plan like this to ensure accountability, measure our progress, and demonstrate to the community at large that this initiative has full support of the city. So I just wanted to show my support and say thank you for the work you have done, And thank you for making this a continued priority.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Madam Mayor and all you amazing folk. My name is Missy Reitner Cameron, and I really want to thank you all for this incredibly important work you're doing here. I'm the owner of the Bunker SLO, which is in the Lobro neighborhood of San Luis Obispo. I moved here 22 years ago from a larger city and was kind of shocked by the lack of diversity in this town I now called home. I was kind of I was just shocked, like just trying to say I wasn't, it was wild. As a Jewish person, I was approached many times by people asking me to join their church and to start dating their nice church-going fellas, which wasn't something of interest, but no one seemed to care that it wasn't for me. I've never encountered this kind of communication style. So I did everything I could to create a diverse working environment for my staff, and I joined the diversity committee for the chamber, round one, maybe version one of it at the time. And the fact that this is happening now, that this strategic plan is being considered, is so incredibly important. Our town needs this more than ever. I now work in the arts. There is a lot of BIPOC and queer artists in our community that are overlooked, and we really need to make space for these people, and it really starts from the top down. Understanding that you and all the community members that work in the up here are gonna wanna help people, and trickle it down is what we really need. So thank you very much for taking this on, and I really support this and will do whatever I can to be a part of it. So thanks.
Thank you so much.
And our final speaker is Claudia.
Hello, good evening, Council. My name is Claudia Mikheyev. I am a longtime resident of San Luis Obispo. I moved here in the early 90s with my family, and I had the happy opportunity to look over the DEI strategic plan, and I'm voicing my support for this lovely effort. I hope that it contributes to making SLO an even better and more inclusive place to live. Also, this San Luis Obispo citizen thinks that you guys are all doing a great job, so thank you for your service.
Thank you so much. Is that it? All right, well, thank you very much, everyone who came out and spoke. I know it takes your time in your day to come here and share your thoughts, and sometimes getting in front of people in person is challenging, so thank you. All right, we'll bring it back to the council to start discussing the topic. Councilmember Schwarzman.
I just want to start by thanking all the community members that wrote in advance of the meeting, and those of you that are here tonight, because as we've already discussed at our last meeting, we had quite the opposite experience of really hateful, negative public comment that just, I think, broke all of our hearts and made us feel horrible. And on all the people in the room were, were really demoralized in a lot of ways by it. And so it feels almost perfect in timing in some ways that we are back here today celebrating who we are as a community and having our community members support something as important as this that is in complete contrast to what the speakers at our last meeting wanted us to be doing. So thank you for showing up and for showing that we are going in the right direction and the way our community wants us to go. And just standing with us and with your neighbors as a community. And on the plan, you all have done a great job. I would expect nothing less from our team. It's a well-written document with both recognizing the things that we're already doing and then adding some really great opportunities of things that we can work on in the future. I mentioned in our earlier meeting the word clouds. Love the word clouds. Love to see all those beautiful Spanish words in the form of a word cloud. So it's cool to just kind of have those little pieces to really just visualize some of that. Also, just wanted to mention, there are lots of community members that have spoken up about the things that they've done with their grants and the things that they're doing in the community. And I know Chelsea was here earlier talking about all the things that she loves about the plan and that she can scratch things off her list. But I also want to invite those of you who are drawn to certain things in the plan, not to put Nestor on the spot, but to reach out to Nestor, to reach out to our HRC. Just because we have something in the plan doesn't mean that you can't do it yourself or that you can't help us do it. And I think that that's what this is all about. And we welcome our community to help participate in this and make all of this a reality.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Marks.
I think it went to
Councilmember Francis, sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman, for your lovely comments. Reading through all of this, and I think your plan really draws attention to this. Our country, our city has a long history of deliberate exclusion, and that's going to take a long process of deliberate inclusion to begin to rectify that. And I think we heard just some beautiful examples from our community members, our grant recipients out here today of how our community is already actively making that change. And I'm just so grateful for all of you for putting this plan together, for our community for showing up for it. And just as a side note, wanted to draw the public's attention to the cultural and historical context in the plan, which is just absolutely beautifully written. So if you haven't gotten a chance to check that out yet, really encourage that, and happy to be a part of a council that gets to vote to support this today.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, I also support the plan, and I really appreciate the thoroughness and thoughtfulness of the research that's reflected in this. I think it is not just well written, but really, I've read it 3 times. I had it printed out. I can't look at the screen that much. So, yeah, I feel like it's really interesting, and I'm curious about how it all unfolds. So I'm gonna say, really, my suggestion would be if you could come back in a year's time with and give council. I'm not sure how many of us will be on council. Some of us will be for sure. But in a year's time, just if you can kind of give yourself like a little taking stock of, well, we tried this and we tried that. This is really going, gangbusters. We're having a little trouble with this, and just kind of giving us a sense, giving council and the public a sense of how it actually unfolds, because some of it is aspirational, some of it is intellectual, some of it is policy driven, and some of it is really practical. And so, I'm interested in the practical reality of how it unfolds very much so. No, I think it's a dynamite document, and I feel that I have to disagree to some extent with Councilmember Francis. I feel that the culture of the city of San Luis Obispo in the 35 years that I've lived here really already includes in an informal way a lot of the values that are expressed here. And what I like about the plan is that it builds on it. It's not top down, you're coming from a grassroots perspective, which is good. So I'm gonna vote to support it.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you. I echo the gratitude of my colleagues to our fine staff and consultant and the speakers, and I don't have anything to change or add. I'm super happy to support it, and the proverbial building the ship as we sail it. I'm just so grateful for the work that's already been done that's impacting our community that we've heard about so eloquently tonight. So thank you.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Councilmember Schwartzman? Okay. I want to say that I so appreciate this plan. As being one of the original task force members, this was one of the things that we wish to have done, as you mentioned. And seeing this come to fruition today is really exciting because we've already been through 2 DEI managers. Greg's team has learned so much and working how do we bring everyone together. And I love the arrows that are on the one slide. I don't remember which slide, but the one that had the little departments and really showing how DEI is through everything. And, I know eventually someday it would be great, the operationalizing of what we're doing so we don't have to have a separate plan. Absolutely. But we're not there yet. Let's look at last meeting. I think that the other aspect of this plan that is so well done with the implementation matrix is the measurability and the accountability. And so for people who maybe go, what is this DEI thing and why are you doing it? It is so clear as to what we're doing. And so I really appreciate the work on this plan for that reason. You've combined the culture of this community, the identities of this community, and the history of this community into a plan where we can say, this is where we're going. And, but like any plan, we have to, yes, have updates and we have to actually follow the plan. I'll tell you, I've had many diet plans that didn't exactly follow. So not to encourage the parallel, but my point being that we have to keep each other accountable and we have to keep moving forward. And one of the things that I see often in our communities, we're really excited about something, we gather together and we do it, and then cool, you're on it, thanks, and then they leave. And so I just really encourage everyone in the community to stay engaged, because what I heard today with our awesome partnerships with the Chamber and Downtown Association. I also had a message from the chair of Dusty Collier-Worth, the chair of HRC. There are people who are ready to partner with us and keep going. And so we have to continue to keep that train moving where we're collaborating and partnering to make this plan actually successful. And we have to celebrate, as you were saying too, is, just even little bits of hearing today, the grant recipients and how it's gone. This is those moments that we have to stop and do. And I know that we as a community are demanding and we move fast and we're like, great, thank you for doing that. Let's move on to the next thing. And we've been talking quite a bit about that, the city manager, myself, and I just really want to encourage us all as a community or as staff and as council to continue to help each other remember how to celebrate and get it out there. So, Councilmember Schwarzman.
I did just want to mention, because it came up in our earlier meeting, that they do have a plan, just so the community knows, and I don't know if, Nestor, if you want to address it, but that you have a plan for tracking progress and posting updates and status on the web, I believe you said, and then also coming back to council, so I don't want to give you an opportunity to address that.
Thank you. Yes, so as part of the implementation process, we have the document implementation matrix that will actually give us the specific timelines that we have chosen to accomplish in each one of the tactics. We will be coming to City Council in a year's time to provide you with an update, and we want to make sure, like all of you mentioned, it's very important for us to stay accountable. We work for the community and we want to make sure that they know that we will continue to implement those tactics and report back and then tell you the success stories as well as some of those challenges and what is it that is working really well and what is it that has to be potentially that shifted, but definitely showing that we are moving in the direction that it was intended and designed and envisioned with the plan.
Thanks, Nestor, and I'm happy to move approval if we're ready for that, but now I just see another name up there, so.
Councilmember Francis, did you have to?
Ready to move as well, so go for it.
Great, I think we all are. So, Councilmember Schwarzman.
I will move approval. I will move approval of the DEI strategic plan.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Happy to second that.
Thank you so much. Can we have roll call?
Councilmember Schwarzman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pease?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, an emphatic yes. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. We are going to take a 10-minute break. I'll see you back at 8:21. All right, well, we'll return back to the meeting. Thank you so much. And our next topic is the citywide user fee study session.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will kick it off from here. It's good to see everybody. We are here for a study session to discuss the citywide user fee study. It covers both user and regulatory fees for services within the city. Before I hand it over, I just want to highlight for everybody, we did issue an agenda correspondence with a revised recommendation related to timing for coming back with the results of the study itself. The intent of tonight is really to go over the basics of what these fees are and the methodology that's been used in the study that we've been working on with our consultant. We've included originally an estimated date to come back on March 19th as a public hearing with the actual proposed fees. A number of items came up and we realized we were a little over ambitious with our timing there. At this point, our recommendation is to give ourselves some more time to make sure that the study is in the best shape possible to present to the public and to council, to you all for a really robust conversation. It will also provide us more time to do outreach to the community and focus our efforts really on our parking rate study that is also underway at the time. We know that's a big concern and need of the community, and we want to make sure that we're able to focus our efforts there, while also at the same time continuing to complete this work effort here that we'll be discussing tonight. So just wanted to hit the highlight of what has changed since the staff report originally came out. And with that, I will kick it over to Rebecca Bernstorff.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Rebecca Bernstorff, Business Services and Administrative Manager for the Community Services Group, and I have been the project manager for the fee study. So join me on this really wonderful educational presentation. I'll be talking, feels like a lot, but I think there's a lot of really great information in here as we go through it. The recommendation before you tonight is to hold a study session and receive a presentation on the city's user and regulatory fees, receive public input and provide guidance to staff regarding recommended fee-related structural changes and any adjustments to current policies and procedures. Direct staff to defer the public hearing to be in alignment with the timing of the impact fee study, which is anticipated to be completed by January 2025, as Whitney had mentioned earlier. The City of San Luis Obispo's last fee study was conducted in 2017 by NBS. The city's adopted fiscal policies include user fee cost recovery goals that call for the city to review and update user fees approximately every 5 years to adjust changes in the cost of living and changes in methods and levels of service delivery. As such, the city contracted with MGT Consulting in 2023 to review and update the city's user and regulatory fees, which include development review and inspection, as well as fees charged for recreational classes, sport programs, and public safety services, among others. While the original scope for the study did include review of development impact fees, also known as AB 1600 fees, these fees are currently under review in a separate effort that will be presented to the City Council in early 2025. The city's fiscal policy related to user fee cost recovery goals was most recently reaffirmed by the council with adoption of the 23-25 financial plan and identifies cost recovery amounts dependent upon the types of projects and programs. Based on the current policy, development review related programs, including service and permit fees in planning, building and safety, engineering, and fire, should generally have high cost recovery, and programs in parks and recreation are divided into tiers, low, mid, and high, dependent on the activities and users. The intent of this study session is to ensure that the City Council and communities share an understanding of city fees and how fee studies are conducted prior to future discussions on the specifics of the recommended fee changes. The city's financial structure is separated into governmental and business activities, which are reported and administered through 5 major funds. Business activities, water, sewer, parking, and transit, also known as enterprise funds, are distinguished from general governmental funds by their similarity to provide sector enterprises and are funded primarily through user charges. Contrarily, taxes, the city's general fund, is the primary operating fund for general government operations and is largely funded through various tax revenues. 2 main sources of the city's revenue are sales tax and property taxes, and these taxes are levied on the sale of goods and real property within the city and contribute to the city's general fund, which can be allocated by the council for any governmental purpose. As a part of the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget, tax and franchise revenue make up 87% of anticipated revenue within the general fund. Fees are charged directly to customers using a particular city service in order to cover the city's costs of providing the service, and the level of fees is limited to the amount required to cover the city's costs. For example, fees are charged to cover the costs of reviewing plans, permitting, and inspecting a new building. Additionally, California Prop 26 was approved by California voters in November 2010 and clarified which charges are considered user fees and which charges are considered taxes. The significance of this distinction is that user fees may be raised by resolution of the City Council up to the limit of actual costs providing the service, whereas the amount of taxes is limited by the amount approved by voters and may only be imposed or increased by a majority vote of city voters. It is important to note that as a part of a general cost recovery strategy, local governments adopt user fees to fund programs and services that provide limited or no direct benefit to the community as a whole. As cities struggle to maintain levels of service and variability of demand, they have become increasingly aware of subsidies provided by the general fund and have implemented cost recovery targets. To the extent that governments use general tax monies to provide individuals with private benefits and not require them to pay the full cost of service, the government is limiting funds that may be available to provide other community-wide benefits. In effect, the government is using city funds to pay for private benefit. Unlike most revenue sources, cities have more control over the level of user fees they charge to recover costs or the subsidies that they can institute. As such, if the city chooses not to increase fees as recommended by the fee study, the general taxpayer is covering the cost of services they may not be using. Budgetarily, this results in less revenue, and tax revenues don't grow but must cover more costs. This means that the city ultimately does not have enough fiscal capacity to deliver core services, which places our ability to meet some of our mandates at risk. As a part of the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget, user fees for services makes up 13% of anticipated revenue. As a large part of what goes into providing services to the community is the labor behind the service, it is important to note that staffing makes up 72% of the city's general fund expenditures, as services to the community are delivered by staff. The focus of the study that is currently in process is on fees charged for service and does not include review of development impact fees, as I mentioned earlier, as these are fees used to address the impact of new development on general public services, certain public facilities, transportation, etc. The city's development impact fees, just as a friendly reminder, consist of transportation, parks, water, sewer, police, and fire impact fees. User fees are charges collected for a service provided or required due to the request or voluntary action of an individual. Regulatory fees are imposed to recover costs associated with a local government agency's authority or obligation to govern certain activities. Examples of common types of regulatory fees charged include planning, engineering, fire, stormwater, and building permit review fees. And user fees include recreational classes and community sports programs and public safety services. The city's user and regulatory fee recovery policy identifies cost recovery amounts dependent upon types of services and programs for which the fee is being charged. The City Council has determined that certain fees should be established at rates that fully cover the cost of providing a particular service. A cost recovery goal of 100% means that the full cost of providing the service is passed on to the users of the service and recovered through the fee. A cost recovery of 30% means that only 30% of the cost to provide the service is being passed on to the users. The following slide outlines adopted factors that are to be considered in setting user fees and cost recovery levels, including community-wide versus special benefit, service recipient versus service driver, effect of pricing on demand for service, and feasibility of collection and recovery. The city's policy also outlines circumstances favoring high cost recovery and low cost recovery levels and indicates the importance of considering the fees charged by other agencies to aid in assessing the reasonableness of fees. Low cost recovery levels are appropriate under the following circumstances. 1, there is no intended relationship between the amount paid and the benefit received. Almost all social service programs fall into this category, as it is expected that general funds will subsidize services that are necessary to certain groups and needs of services that may exceed the group's relative ability to pay. 2, collecting fees is not cost effective or will significantly impact the efficient delivery of the service. 3, there is no intent to limit the use of the service. Again, most social service programs fit into this category, as well as many public safety emergency response services. Historically, ongoing maintenance costs to ensure access to neighborhood and community parks would also fit into this category. 4, the service is non-recurring, generally delivered on a peak demand or emergency basis, and is not readily available from a private sector source, either at all or at the level of need in a community. Many public safety services also fall into this category. And 5, collecting fees would discourage compliance with regulatory requirements, and adherence is primarily self-identified, and as such, failure to comply would not be readily detected by the city. Many small-scale licenses and permits might fall into this category. On the other end, high cost recovery levels are followed under the following circumstances. 1, the service is similar to services provided through the private sector. 2, other private or public sector alternatives could or do exist for the delivery of the service. 3, for equity or demand management purposes, it is intended that there be a direct relationship between the amount paid and the level and cost of services received. 4, the use of the service is specifically discouraged. Multiple police responses to nuisances, disturbances, or false security alarms might fall into this category. And 5, the service is regulatory in nature, driven by voluntary property development choices and non-compliance with regulatory requirements that could adversely affect those impacted by the individual property owner's development choices. Building permit, plan checks, and subdivision review fees for large projects would fall into this category. The city's user fee cost recovery goals provide cost recovery levels for park and recreation activities, as well as development review programs. And development review programs include planning, which it falls under planning development permits, tentative tract and parcel maps, rezonings, general plan amendments, variances, and use permits, building and safety, building permits, structural plan checks and inspections, engineering, public improvement plan checks, inspections, subdivision requirements, encroachments, and fire plan check. And the policy indicates cost recovery for development review programs should generally be very high, and that in most instances, the city's cost recovery goal should be 100%. Adopted cost recovery goals for recreation activities indicate that cost recovery for activities directed to adults should be relatively high, and those directed to youths and seniors should be relatively low, except that cost recovery should be higher where services are similar to those provided in the private sector. In San Luis Obispo, past fee studies involved multiple departments and identified the cost of providing services and comparing the result to the current fee amount to determine whether it is recovering the full cost of the service provided. Determination of the full cost of service focuses on labor and uses expenditures and organizational information with time tracking data, time estimates, and workload information. A fee study also provides an opportunity to add new fees, remove outdated fees, or simplify fee structures. Like all jurisdictions, the city is impacted by cost increases and inflationary pressures on labor, materials, and supplies, and needs to ensure that service fees are aligned with the cost of service and provide an opportunity for the council to realign fee amounts with the adopted cost recovery policies. The city completed an extensive RFP process from February to April 2023. In May 2023, the city contracted with MGT and initiated the process to review and update the city's user and regulatory fees. As noted previously, this slide summarizes at a high level what is included in the fee study and what is not included in the fee study as a scope to the project. So as mentioned, not included in the fee study are our enterprise funds and impact fees, as we talk about today, and included in the fee study is planning, engineering, public works, cannabis, general government, fire development, utilities, building and safety, police, and parks and rec. To determine the estimated reasonable cost eligible for recovery as a user and regulatory fee, the study identifies the full cost of service eligible for recovery, and those costs are translated into a fee structure for various programs and services. Determination of the full cost of service uses expenditure and organizational information with time tracking data, time estimates, and workload information. The full cost of service is derived for each service or activity and includes labor, services or supplies, and various types of operational overhead costs. Thus, the user fee study is comprised of 2 basic elements. 1 is hourly rates of staff providing the service, and 2, time spent to provide the service. The product of the hourly rate calculation multiplied by the time spent to provide a service yields the total cost of the service. The hourly rate methodology used in this study builds indirect costs into hourly salary and benefit rates to arrive at fully burdened hourly rates. The fully burdened hourly rates calculated by MGT are a mechanism used to calculate the total cost of providing services. Total cost is generally recognized as the sum of the direct costs together with a proportionate share of allowable indirect costs. The proper identification of all costs, including labor, operating expense, department administration, and citywide support as direct or indirect is crucial to the determination of the total cost of providing services. Direct costs are typically defined as those that are specifically tied to a particular function or activity, including the labor of persons working directly on the specific service for which the fee is charged, and possibly materials or supplies for people to work on the service. Indirect costs are those that support more than one program area and are not easily identifiable to specific activities. Examples of indirect costs are departmental administrative and support staff, training and education time, public counter and telephone time, some service and supply costs, and citywide overhead costs from outside of the department as identified in the city's cost allocation plan. As a part of MGT's hourly rate calculation methodology, personnel services analysis is identified as each staff classification within the department or division is analyzed in the study. The first burden factor is comprised of compensated absences such as vacation, holidays, sick leave days taken in a year's time. Staff classifications are then categorized as either direct or indirect labor. In some cases, a classification will have both direct and indirect duties. The total indirect portion of staff costs is incorporated into hourly overhead rates. The next piece of the hourly rate calculation is the indirect cost ratio. A ratio of indirect costs to direct labor, which is salaries plus benefits, is established. There are 3 elements of indirect cost incorporated. Indirect labor includes total compensation, administrative and supervisory staff costs. Other operating expenses are most services and supplies and are included as a second layer of indirect cost and are prorated across all fees and services. There are some service and supply expenses classified as allowable direct. Some examples of these are professional service expenses or sports supplies. These allowable direct expenses would be directly associated with specific fees or programs as opposed to being allocated across all activities through the indirect overhead. And external indirect allocations, this represents the prorated portion of citywide overhead, which is attributable to the service for which the fee is charged. Lastly, for the hourly rate calculation, the fully burdened hourly rate incorporates all of these elements that comprise the hourly rates used in the cost analysis. Each direct or operational staff classification is listed together with the average annual salary. The hourly salary and benefit rate is calculated by taking the annual salary and benefits of an employee and dividing by 2,080 available productive hours in a year. The overhead rate is derived by multiplying the internal and external indirect cost rates against the salary and benefit rate. And the total combines the salary, benefits, and overhead rates. So this is the fully burdened rate for each staff classification. MGT prepared indirect overhead rates and corresponding hourly rate calculations using fiscal year 23-24 budgeted expenditures. In the case of building, one hourly rate developed using the total salary and benefits and total indirect expenditures and dividing those costs by the number of direct hours available for staff. Once fully burdened hourly rates were developed for city staff, staff and the consultant worked to identify the time spent directly on each of the user fee activities. Each staff person involved in the user fee services identified time spent to complete each task associated with all user fee services. To inform this analysis, staff and the consultant based this exercise on time spent on delivering various services in fiscal year 22-23, which is the most recently completed fiscal year. MGT calculated the cost of providing each service both on a per unit and total annual basis. Costs were calculated by multiplying per unit time estimates by the hourly labor rates. Additional operating expenses directly associated with certain services were also added in. Finally, if other departments or divisions provided support into certain user fee activities, this time was accounted for and added into the analysis as a crossover support activity. For example, planning and engineering teams often provide cross support to review building permits, so the time of planning and engineering staff was accounted for in the total cost of providing the service of reviewing a building permit. Full costs were then compared to current fees and revenues collected, and subsidies were identified. It's also important to note that MGT included comparisons to other jurisdictions as a part of their analysis, which will be included in the final report. The following table illustrates what MGT has preliminarily determined to be the current full cost to conduct user and regulatory services in each department and division in fiscal year 22-23, as well as the actual revenue realized in that same fiscal year and the percentage of actual costs that were recovered. This is important background information that provides the city with valuable insight into the current cost recovery levels and will help inform necessary changes in fees to better align future fees with cost recovery policy goals as staff continues to review the final report from the consultant. The next few slides will cover structural recommended changes to the fee schedule that will provide ease of use to the community. For building and safety, currently they include flat fees as well as fees that are charged on a base plus increment schedule as reflected on 30 separate matrices. The flat fees are generally assessed for activities that require the same amount of review regardless of the project. For example, review required for a permit and inspection of the installation of a new water heater is the same regardless of the address or size of home. The base plus increment fees are generally used for applications that can vary greatly in the amount of effort needed to review an application. For example, the time and effort required to review permits for a new building will vary greatly if the building is a 400 square foot ADU or a 140,000 square foot commercial building. After reviewing the current fee schedule and in consultation with the consultant, the Building and Safety Division will be proposing an overhaul of the building permit fee structure in order to simplify the fees and make them easier for staff and applicants to understand. Currently, the fee structure is represented as 30 separate matrices. 15 are for plan check services and 15 are for building inspection services. Each matrix represents a building use and calculates fees based on square footage and type of construction. Construction permits will be simplified into now 11 categories with a price per square foot for plan review and for inspections. The categories are aligned with the types of permits that are issued. These new categories will replace the 30 matrices that consist of hundreds of different options. For engineering, these fees are assessed as either a percentage of estimated construction costs, a fixed fee or base plus increment, depending on the type of permit or application being reviewed. The fee structure for improvement plan check and construction inspection are proposed to be simplified from a tiered scale to a percentage basis. Both methods calculate fees based on the estimated construction cost. However, the percentage basis is easier to understand and calculate. The Planning Division assesses fees for a wide variety of activities related to the use of private property, such as entitlement permits for new multifamily and commercial projects, conditional use permits for certain uses, and general plan amendments. Current planning fees include fixed fees as well as deposit fees. Fixed fees are used for planning applications that generally require the same amount of work regardless of the location or type of project. For example, all conditional use permit requests cost the same amount. Deposit-based fees are used for planning applications that have a wide range of work depending on the complexity of the project, such as a plan development, rezoning, or environmental impact report. Currently, as outlined in the existing fee schedule, some planning fees are collected in 2 phases. A portion of the fee, the application fee, is collected upon application submittal, and the remainder, the completion fee, is invoiced when action is taken on the application. A hold is then placed on the property, so when a subsequent permit is submitted in association with the property, the fee is collected. This payment system was established in 2017 and provides flexibility for applicants who wish to pay their planning application fee in 2 installments. However, this process impacts community development's ability to realize full cost recovery for services due to the fact that some planning applications that are completed and invoiced are never paid by the applicant, do not materialize into projects for a variety of reasons, or do not require a subsequent permit to implement the project. When this occurs, the city is limited in its ability to collect the second installment of the planning fee that was assessed, even though the planning application was fully processed and services rendered. The reason that this approach was established, which originated during the Great Recession, was to distribute the entitlement cost burden to both the beginning and the end of the project's lifespan. This practice was carefully crafted in partnership with various trade and business organizations and was continued as a part of the 2017 fee update. Staff are seeking direction from council on whether to continue this practice of splitting the collection of planning fees as described in the question table slide at the end of the presentation. The current fire construction permit fee schedule operates on a base plus increment structure, which currently has a total of 128 fees. For efficiency, a recommendation is being made to adopt the same methodology and construction categories as building and safety. For police, some alterations to all alarm permit and false alarm response fees will be recommended that will result in lower fees in light of changes to operations. For example, the use of a third party to administer alarm permits, and recommendations about escalating false alarm response fees. For Parks and Recreation, the costs of services were evaluated, consistent with the methodology outlined in the slide above, which integrates the support costs from other service departments, such as Public Works for programs that utilize city parks and facilities, along with fire and police for special event applications. Consistent with the adopted cost recovery policy, parks and recreation fees will be evaluated for elasticity of demand of the individual programs within each of the categories to determine where, if any, fee increases could be made without jeopardizing loss of participants. The fee structure for parks and recreation services were sensitive to the market for similar services as well as to smaller, infrequent users of the service. This was incorporated into the analysis by the consultant and staff when reviewing each fee. The fees are divided into divisional groups: youth services, academic year and camps, youth sports, aquatics, recreational adult sports, instructional classes, special events, fee and non-fee, indoor facilities, outdoor facilities, junior ranger camp, golf course, and special events. MGT identified the current cost recovery for before and after school childcare as well as camps at 49%. The current cost recovery policy identifies childcare to fall within the 60 to 100% cost recovery standard and camps to fall within the 30 to 60% cost recovery standard. In developing its analysis, MGT has incorporated a more comprehensive assessment of program overhead resources, including, for instance, facility and utility costs, as well as supplies, staffing, marketing, and registration, and the total cost of city's childcare services, resulting in MGT identifying a lower cost recovery percentage, whereas the previous fee study only incorporated the direct Parks and Rec Department overhead costs, which resulted in an identified higher cost recovery percentage. MGT identified the current cost recovery for golf operations at 21%. The city's cost recovery policy identifies golf services to fall within the 30 to 60% cost recovery standard. Fee recommendations for golf course services will take into account local market comparisons to comparable sized golf courses, planned programming that provides equitable access for the community and supports the 30 to 60% cost recovery policy. It is also important to note that the timeline for golf revenue was severely impacted by the 2023 winter storms, as the facility was unplayable for over 60 days, including the washout of the walking and cart bridge connecting the course over Perfimo Creek. The department is recommending implementing a non-resident fee for key programs and facility rentals such as camps, impacted classes, and facility rentals. The incorporation of resident and non-resident fee classifications is a common practice by municipal recreational agencies. Camps and swim lessons tend to have wait lists and are impacted by the number of non-resident enrollments. The non-resident surcharge is expected to have the added benefit of more resident enrollments and also help programs meet cost recovery targets without significant increases to residents. Staff began public engagement to inform stakeholders and the public regarding the fee study and update process in the beginning of February. Last week, staff attended the February 15th Developers Roundtable meeting and are currently on the agenda for the March 6th Parks and Recreation Commission meeting, which may include recreational community user groups associated with sport, field, and facility rentals. Staff will perform additional outreach in order to review and discuss the proposed fee changes and answer questions from interested parties, including but not limited to residents, the Chamber of Commerce, Downtown SLO, Student Community Liaison Committee, neighborhood groups, and other interested public parties, including public utilities. Outreach will be in the form of in-person meetings and an open City Hall page on the city's website. Additional information outreach will be conducted after adoption of any new rates to ensure that the public and impacted groups are aware of the changes both before and when they are implemented. Staff has provided the following focus questions to facilitate City Council discussion and direction to staff. It is just important to note, pursuant to applicable laws, several categories of fees cannot become effective until 60 days after adoption. So if adopted prior to May 1st, the comprehensive fee schedule will become effective on July 1, 2024. To conclude, staff recommends to hold a study session and receive a presentation on the city's user and regulatory fees, receive public input, and provide guidance to staff regarding recommended fee-related structural changes and any adjustments to current policies or practices, and direct staff to defer the public hearing to be in alignment with the timing of the impact fee study, which is anticipated to be completed by January 2025. And as just the project manager, I have to give a ton of kudos to the city team that has been a part of this project for the last 7 months of providing data and analysis on top of their regular workloads. And they're also here today to answer any questions that you may have. And we also have MGT Director Cindy Sconce, who is virtually attending tonight's meeting, and we are all available for any questions. Thank you.
Wow, that's a lot to go through. And I have to say, I absolutely love the presentation. It was very fun to look at, so thank you very much. Any questions? Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you so much. Super informative, and I really do appreciate the time extension. I think having the time for the community to provide meaningful feedback once once the information is out there. So it sounds like the idea is to, this is always the challenge, right, of having kind of the policy conversation without the actual proposed numbers, right? But the outreach would go forward with proposed numbers before it comes back to us. So if there are changes to fees, proposed changes to fees, that's what you would be taking out to the public, the actual numbers. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes. So
Okay.
we've started some amount of outreach to some of our, higher user groups, essentially, so they're aware of what we were presenting to you all tonight. We basically gave them pretty similar information, but with an intent to come back to them and certainly do more outreach, as you mentioned, exactly, with the actual numbers, so people can get a sense of what will be coming and what we will be presenting to council.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I happened to be on the developers roundtable, and so I appreciate it. I think people appreciate the heads up, but also the intent for simplification seemed to be appreciated, but then to put real numbers on. So just a couple of questions. So one is in terms of the question, the guidance for the split collection. And I remember having that conversation while we went to split collection, right? We're trying to help we're trying to remove the roadblocks, the barriers to developers to be able to go forward. But obviously, unintended consequence if a project doesn't go forward at all, then we don't get the recovery. And so I'm wondering if there's a hybrid kind of model where you still have a split fee and a timeline. So it's, due at, the next phase of the application process, or 1 year, whichever is first, and with a possibility of extension, 6-month extension or something like that. Is that feasible, or would it then become uncollectible? Is it kind of an all or nothing?
So I think you've more or less described our current practice. So that's the way that the practice works now, where we charge a percentage up front and then the rest is due at a later date. That's typically, we're able to actually collect if we're issuing a building permit, because that ends up being the thing that we wouldn't do without payment of the fee. It leads in some situations to, some projects don't require a building permit. And so we would have a due date and it could come and go. And then we're a collection agency at that point in time. So at the end of the day, and certainly our community development staff is present as well and can provide a little more in detail, but I think we've determined that we think we haven't collected about 10% of the fees as a result.
Yes, so that's the difficulty, especially when the project's done, is collecting the fees. It is difficult when the project's ongoing to have staff stop and say, wait, we can't continue until you give us, $5,000 more dollars, because people are really focused on their project, and usually money is tight. And so the other thing I have seen, and I believe we have this practice here, is charge it all up front, and then you can get a reimbursement if, for example, you withdraw your permit before you get to Planning Commission. So we would charge it all up front, and we have thresholds that say, if you don't get to the public hearing, you get 50% of it back. So there's a little bit of a surety to the public that, hey, if things don't, if this doesn't totally make it all the way through, I'm not in for the full $10,000. So that's another way I've seen kind of a compromise work, but it's really hard for staff to be a collection agency. It's really difficult.
Can I tie in with that same question?
Yeah.
Because I don't love either of those. So I'm curious, is there, most companies that are like insurance or whatever, they charge you a higher interest rate if you want to do it every single month versus, if you just want to pay it once at the end or once at the beginning, then we'll give you this almost discounted rate, for lack of a better word. It seems like there's some way that you'd still be a little bit collection agency, but if we're requesting and receiving the fees more often, then they would have to just pay a higher amount to cover over the staff burden of that. Is that a possibility?
I suppose you could, so you could say, pay it all up front for this amount or pay a little extra at the end if you want to divide it in half. But I don't know that that really.
I don't mean at the end though. I mean in between. So back to, let's say a project is 2 years, you're saying half today and half in 2 years. I'm saying along with it.
I would have concerns about that, especially given some permit streamlining issues. We have legal requirements to move certain things through the process, especially housing related. And I would have a problem with putting staff in the position of saying, you know what, we can't move forward right now because you owe us $500 and going back and forth. And it becomes a, whose fault is it that things aren't moving forward right now? So that's the thing. That's what I would think about if something like that were kind of in play.
I see City Manager Johnson.
Yeah, my perspective on this, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Pease, is to keep it simple. We've really tried to simplify our policy approach, and I think that, you know, Director Tway has really identified a potential solution that if we get to a certain threshold and you haven't gone to the Planning Commission, that we have the ability for the Community Development Director to refund some fees. But putting us in the position, we have created a really complicated EnerGov system that's tracking fees, but fees for service, but not only development impact fees. And sometimes it just doesn't line up. And when it doesn't work, when these systems don't work, it is unwinding is pretty difficult. I think, you know, going back to the intent, because I was in Timmy's role back during the Great Recession, was to make it so that people could come forward with entitlements, bring those forward, try a project, get it entitled, and see if they could collect the capital and not have to incur the full freight of the entitlement. I think we're at a different economic time, perhaps, and as Director Tway pointed out, it's just become administratively burdensome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And then my one other question right now is about golf and the change there, the 21% recovery. And so kind of one is a logistics question about methodology. It seems like capital costs are not included. So the golf course, we know, has some capital cost programs that are upgrades that are going to be required. But I believe those are not included, more the maintenance costs of the course. So, you know, swimming pool has a, you know, deck, and the golf course. So capital costs are not included though, is that correct? Major projects, things that are in the capital improvement plan.
That is correct. So anything that, you know, there can be a fine line between what is a larger capital project versus a maintenance project. So let's say we need to replace a piece of pool equipment, but while we're replacing it, we really should upgrade it. You know, to what degree is that included? Really the costs that are included in this study are operating, and so they don't generally include capital improvements.
Okay, great. And then just kind of big picture, this calculation, the 21%, I imagine we're going to be having some challenging conversations about this and having, we were just able to have a great tour of the golf course and some of the goals. And so I'm wondering if we could hear a little bit more about how our Parks and Rec program is thinking ahead on that cost recovery challenge for golf.
Thank you very much for that question. Greg Avakian, Parks and Rec Director. This was sort of a unprecedented year that these numbers were compiled of. Again, we were closed 60 to 65 days of impact, which is almost 20% of our operational time. Mm-hmm. So 21% doesn't really reflect, in our view, the current like normal trend and traditional trends. In that same vein, though, we have weather events and we need to plan around those. What really impacted us was the bridge being washed out on the creek where we could not get across to the other side of the course unless you use an alternate route, which was a low-level water flow area. So we had impacted more time with that, where normally it's just regular turf conditions that we're concerned about with rain events. So again, having that 22 to 23 financial year being assessed, we, as far as staff and our golf team out there, doesn't truly reflect. I think that's where Ms. Bernsdorf was discussing that kind of a footnote in there. In that same vein, as we talked about before, we are looking at alternative programming. I think hopefully our staff shared that during the tour of different ways to activate the course with other programs, events, and again, using our community of our Laguna Middle School, the Cal Poly courses, a lot of our senior groups, and then trying to get more of our alternative use, to have an opportunity to experience the golf course in a different manner.
Right. Yeah. Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. And it sounds like when it does come back in the new year, that'll have the comparables for other, services offered elsewhere and different, obviously, in terms of cost recovery, you can bring expenses down, but you can also bring utilization up because so many of those costs are going to be fixed costs. So, look forward to more of that conversation.
And going with that, Assistant City Manager was talking about is the pool, for example. We have a shared relationship with Public Works on the maintenance and operations versus the programming, where the golf course is 100% under the Parks and Rec umbrella. So there's a little bit of a nuance there.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I'll keep Mr. Avakian up there for a moment. Sorry. Well, I was just going to jump in. I know we're not going to have a full analysis of previous years because we're basing it off of 22-23 utilization, but do we have some sort of ballpark data on what our usual, or will we be able to get some ballpark data on what our usual cost recovery is for something like the golf course or the pool when there's like unprecedented closures?
Correct. Currently, again, the cost recovery range of 30 to 60%, we've been meeting that with the golf course in the low 30%.
Okay.
Aquatics, again, we've had come random years with the pandemic where we had severe closures. We've had hiring staff, supplemental lifeguard challenges as well. And again, this past 6 months, I think has shown in our revenue for both of those programs a more consistent expectation of services, of hours of operation, and program revenue. So we're feeling very confident where we are right now. We've had some rain impacts in the last couple of weeks that have actually not really impacted how we've been able to do business in January compared to last year.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, great,
Sorry
thanks.
to pull you back
Oh,
up.
I'm ready.
You're good. Yeah, I wanted to, there was a slide in the presentation that had, I think, like planning and cannabis, and it was in the discussion of this fee being split up. And I was wondering, was that implying that the cannabis fee would also potentially, it is currently split, but potentially be charged completely up front? Because that's, fee structure seemed really different to me than a planning fee. Just wanted to get clarification on that slide. What's that?
Hi. I do not believe the cannabis fee is split at this time. It's the way that the planning and cannabis programs are lumped together, and actually in the final report, I think cannabis will just fall under planning because it's like many of the other things that they do, but it is not split.
I assumed. I just wanted to make sure since the heading had both of those on there. Thank you. One of my questions concerned the long delay in looking at these fees. I appreciate the delay. I think it's helpful in the context of everything else that we're trying to get done here. But I also was just a little bit curious of, what are the potential impacts since we've got this study underway, we've got the numbers now, we're looking at last year. How relevant will that be if we're looking at it for 2025? Is there the potential for it to fall further behind?
Thank you. It's an excellent question, and certainly something that we've kind of wrestled with and are open to discussing and hope to as well. So first, we we will continue working on this study to get it as wrapped up and complete as possible, especially to help us do outreach. The timing all the way back to January, let's say, was really to help tie it in with the impact fee study. It doesn't have to be, because we at some point split them out, and we have, you know, even though it's one contract, we actually have two consultants doing the work separately. One benefit of doing them at the same time is you and everyone else will get a picture of the true cost of doing business in the city and building in particular. So you'd be able to take a housing unit and get the full freight. What would it cost for somebody to pull all of do their entitlements, pull permits, and pay all of their impact fees? If we're splitting it out, then we're doing it in a sequential fashion, which, you know, is fine, it can work. The drawbacks of waiting that long is to, delay the time frame for recouping the costs that we've identified, right? And at this point, based on our preliminary estimates, it looks like that may be about $4 million a year. We're still refining those numbers, I think, but that's kind of what we're looking at this point in time. The other piece, I think, was wanting to be just aware of what the community is discussing and looking at in terms of other fees and rates, especially our parking rate study, and wanting to not overly burden them and you all with, talks about wanting to exactly raise prices everywhere. So those were all of the considerations at play. With the work that's underway, we could come back earlier, but there are those other considerations as well, along with the impacts for our budget supplement time. So while we had aimed to have these in effect by July 1st, which is really helpful for the new fiscal year, if we are able to get them in place and at least know what they are, it helps us with our 5-year forecasting and our budget moving forward. If we delay much, it puts that in jeopardy. So our numbers will, at budget time, at supplement time, be a little harder to predict, I think. Yeah, that's a lot of, it's
a lot
almost
of trade-offs.
like soup that I just put out there. But all that went into why we recommended the longer time frame, but there are certainly drawbacks with that.
Well, it makes logical sense to look at them all together in my mind, but the time delay is a little concerning just from a cost recovery perspective. Forgive me for my next question, because it might not be something that we can talk about at this point, but I was looking at the recovery goals and kind of the things that are listed under each one of the low range, mid range, high range for the parks and recreation activities. And I was wondering if that's something that we're going to be revisiting, what ends up in each one of those categories. I know that came from previous policy direction, but for example, minor commercial film permit applications being in the low, just some of these seem a little bit random, maybe worth discussion. And I was wondering when that will come in.
So at this point in time, our consultant has built and is building their recommendations based on what's in the policy currently, and that's been in our adopted financial plan. I think that if there's other direction given to kind of move things around in there, I think that goes back into that soup I was talking about in terms of timing and work efforts. I'm certain that these categories, there are reasons behind each of them. They do seem, you could try to probably pick them apart a little bit, but when you look at the cost recovery policy as a whole, it really lays out the thought process behind why is it that we want to establish goals at all, and then which things go into these categories, thinking about who's using them, who's using these services, and then what is the greater good that we're trying to achieve here, and what kind of access are we trying to provide. And so I think as staff, we were certainly going with the wisdom of you all and prior councils in establishing the policy that we do have, and that's why we've brought it forward in this way.
Well, for example, one that kind of stuck out to me in particular was the childcare services being in the high range, since that has been something, and I don't mean to speak for anybody else up here, but it's been something that's come up often on this council as being a priority, and currently we're in that mid-range recovery. We're not in the high-range recovery. And to push it into the high range, we're going to be looking at significant changes in something that we've talked about being a major priority for our council. So would love to maybe have a conversation around if that has some flexibility.
I can address that a little bit. This is 7 years ago was the last time we did our fee study, and there was a different environment and culture. I think the staff will be making some recommendations as opportunities when we come to that level or that timeline to see where things could fall. Again, childcare has kind of taken on a different meaning in the last 3 to 4 years or 5 years. And then same thing with some of our seniors and those kind of programs where we actually have now program support when we didn't in the past. So I think there is that opportunity, and going with that timeline when we come forward with the final proposal, there might be some ability for recommendations. But then again, it goes to policy, and that's kind of where your decisions will help us in the future with that.
So excellent. So what I'm hearing is that there will be room in the future when we actually see the numbers and see the impact of moving into these cost recovery categories, what that actually does to the actual cost of services. We could potentially have a discussion around moving them into different categories at that point.
Correct.
Is that, okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
And the fact that we took a little more comprehensive breakdown for all the different fees and the impacts and resources that were contributing to that compared to 7 years ago, it shows a little more in depth of what that real cost recovery entails.
Awesome, thanks. And sorry, let me just see, I had a couple more. I think I hit them all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Great questions. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple for me. One of the tables in the staff report on page 193, and I think you had it in your slides as well, where it shows each of the different public works, parks and rec, and each of the fee areas or the departments or divisions. Yep, that's the one. Oh, that's the one. And it talks about the last column there is the cost recovery level. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. That percentage in the last column is the percentage of our cost recovery right now at present. So for example, police, we're actually recovering more than 100% based on the fees that are being charged related to police-oriented fees right now.
That's correct. That's the analysis we've received so far. And so it's really, in a way, it's a snapshot in time. I mean, it's a whole year, but it'll tell you based on our actual full freight costs and the fees that we collected for those same services during the last fiscal year. This is what it looks like we are recovering currently.
Right. So part of this process would be not only to, if I'm understanding correctly, not only to look at the areas where we're not at the cost recovery level that we want to be, but also maybe realigning some of those areas where it looks like based on our, based on our CPI adjustments or whatever over the last 3 or 4 years, the numbers have gotten out of whack, or based on our costs have gotten out of whack.
Right, and actually, I think this is it's a good story in a way, because those places where we're seeing more than 100%, it's largely from changes in practices and more efficiency that results in a change in the way we've been providing the services. So this is a good example of we can get more efficient and better at what we do, and as a result, we would be looking at reducing those fees in those categories.
I'm sure people always like to see fees go down when it's possible, and that happens rarely. So, so thank you for that. Then the other question that I discussed with staff earlier today is in looking at the list of fees, some of them are down to the, penny. We have some things that cost $3.85 or, things like that. And so would one of the things we also look at in the simplification of things is rounding up or down on some of these things so that it just makes it a little easier for people to remember the costs of things or not have to break out their pennies and nickels and dimes.
That's an excellent point, and one that was also raised to us during the developers roundtable. So we will go back with our consultant and try to make that work in what we end up putting together.
Thanks. And then the last thing that Councilmember Francis pretty much, I think, got at my question about the timing of all this. You kind of talked through all the variables. It seems like, you know, if we wait a long time till 2025, then we're losing potentially a lot of revenue that would come from the adjustment of these rates. But we don't think that we can really get the job done right now in the time frame that we were originally proposing to come back in end of March, I think it was, for this, so that we could get fees in place before the July 1 beginning of the new fiscal year. And if I heard you correctly, what I think you said was that you're looking at ways that we could do something somewhere in the middle, so that we could implement fees maybe mid-year or at some time out of step with the beginning or end of the fiscal year, to try and take advantage of not losing revenue of a whole year and getting our budget projections off track and all of that.
It is certainly an option to come back before, you know, the impact fee study is completed. And I suppose we probably should have added that to our list of questions for direction. I mean, it is in our revised recommendation to wait until the impact fee study timeframe, but if you'd like to give us a different direction, we're certainly open to that tonight. I think we would, I'm not certain about, in terms of our agenda forecast, you know, which specific date that might be. We can talk about and look at not only coming back, you know, let's say in May, we could talk about delaying implementation of the new fees until later in the year, whether it be end of August, end of September. And then the question number 2 that was in our original staff report was just another policy consideration. If there are fees that are looking to go up significantly, we can also discuss phasing them in over a longer period of time, if from a policy perspective, that's something you would like us to put into our final recommendation when we come back with the study.
Okay, so then follow up to that and related to the timeline, would you still, if you came back with a revised recommendation mid-year or something like that, would you still feel like you had the time to do the community engagement that you are planning to do, or do you really kind of need that full time? I don't know that I have an opinion right now. I'm just kind of trying to feel out what the variables are.
I think realistically, we'd probably have about a month to do the outreach. So we would be able to do a fair amount during that time frame. But if we want more opportunities, then more time would just give that to us.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, just I have sort of clarification question. So when staff gets a salary increase, for instance, what I'm hearing, and I just want to make sure I understand this, is that would result in higher fees to the public. Is that correct?
That's correct, and through the result of this study. So we do an annual CPI increase, and that captures whatever the CPI captures, but it doesn't capture what our actual increases may be to staff. This study does capture the full reality of what has occurred over that time frame. Yeah.
So with general government, I guess business license fees come under finance, right? And we heard earlier that there's some trouble getting people to pay them, right? And I also heard you say tonight that it's hard for staff to be like a collection agency. Has there any thought been given to possibly having sort of contracting that out, the collection part of it, without sending it to collection, but just to have people who are asking for the general public to be accountable to the city?
I'm not sure to what degree we've, oh, here comes Emily, okay, our finance director.
Yeah, I can try to answer this question. So this predated me, but my understanding is that in the past, the city has contracted and sent some of these folks to collections. I don't know that it's resulted in a whole lot. I think typically what it has historically resulted in is just some write-offs of some of the debt owed to the city. But, you know, I think conversations about how to enforce the business license program and business tax program are constantly evolving. And it sounds like in a lot of different organizations, there's a lot of conversation ongoing about what can we all be doing to better ensure that folks are complying. You know, ideally at the outset when we send you your renewal or we introduce you to all of the requirements that you're obligated to fulfill to operate a business in the city limits, that you ideally you do it up front. But, you know, we also have the opportunity to send out up to 3 rounds of citations with varying penalties associated with them. And so we do that. And we're kind of in the process right now of having some conversation about what do we do after that 3rd citation goes out and it doesn't result in compliance.
Yeah, I mean, we want to be nice, you know, nice, friendly city, but I think we also need to hold people accountable. If they're doing business in the city, there's some benefit to them financially. That's why they're here in the city doing business. So maybe we can get the chamber to help us out on that, eh? No. Another question, with the general government and administration, like with the city manager's office and the city attorney's office, when the general government renders services to the various departments, does that end up, does that charge end up in some way being reflected in the fee to the public? Or is that just absorbed as like, you know, the general fund is taking care of that? But yeah, I'm just curious how, is that actually, is that what we'd consider overhead integrated back into how the fees are calculated?
Yes, so the costs of all of the portions, sorry, just making sure I wasn't stepping on somebody behind me on accident. So that would be reflected in the indirect costs that were described earlier in terms of what goes into the big picture of the actual cost component here. It ends up, I believe, working out through our cost allocation plan. So our cost allocation plan looks at how much time and effort we all spend supporting the departments that we work with. And then based on that, it gets allocated to the types of services that fairly would apply to as well. But certainly if I've said anything incorrect there, I know our team, our consultant is on the line as well, and she can help make sure I'm correct.
No, I'm just curious if that's accounted for. And the other thing is, so are staff actually keeping track of their hours? Like as a retired attorney, when I've worked for firms, I've had to actually keep track of my hours, like billable hours. Is staff doing that? And if so, are you counting in things like answering emails from the same people over and over again, saying the same thing over and over again? I mean, so are they like, you know, this is how many hours? I can imagine if it's a task like, you know, maybe getting a traffic signal in some place, you could figure out about what that would be. But has staff been asked as part of this to actually keep track of their hours?
So we did not do the level of detail of something like a billable hour requirement or exercise, but we did have staff go through the time estimates that we've used in the past, as well as we're looking at projects as examples so that they walked through exactly what they did, how much time they applied to those different tasks. So where there aren't timesheets that lay out in that level of detail that I worked on these 10 projects today. And therefore, you could identify what things they were doing during that time frame. Our staff did sit down and look at every category of type of service and evaluated and estimated the amount of time required in order to provide it. But if somebody required 80 emails as opposed to 8, that probably doesn't get captured quite as to the level of detail. So
the city attorney.
And I did notice that Cindy unmuted a couple times. So I just wanted to know, Cindy, did you have anything to add?
No, I thank you. No, I wanted to confirm that the city cost allocation plan was incorporated into the fully burdened hourly rates as we calculated those costs. So they were incorporated.
Okay, thank you. And I just have one other thing about the golf course. It used to be an enterprise fund, like the transit and the transit and the water and the sewer and all that. And it was very controversial to have the general fund basically subsidize it. And I'm not surprised about this 21%. Okay, so maybe it's 30%, but I do feel that non-resident fees should apply to the golf course. I just wanted to kind of throw that out there because they're very organized and they love that golf course and they want to pay the least possible amount. And I understand that it's natural to want to be thrifty, but to me, if I had to make a value choice about do we subsidize childcare or do we subsidize the golf course myself, I would say childcare is more important right now, this kind of thing. So I think we need to look at that. And if last year was not representative, let's look back the past 3 or 4 years and say, well, what's the average? What is it? So that's all I have. Thanks for clarifying how it all works. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Luckily, most of the questions have been answered for me. Just real quickly, when you say non-resident, are we saying people who don't live in the city, people who don't live in the county? What's the difference on this non-residence question?
I believe we intended to apply to non-city residents. So just to clarify.
And Cal Poly is not in the city, so I mean, if you live in Cal Poly, that's considered county as well, right?
Didn't quite go into that level for Cal Poly,
Just asking.
but that's an opportunity for discussion.
Okay.
We were looking at city limits and or within our school district. I'm sorry, within the San Luis Coastal School District within our city. So the 5 elementary schools, the junior high, the high school. Because they're in our programs, we would consider them residents, even though they might live in Los Osos or Shell Beach. They're a part of the school district within our city boundaries.
That was my next question, because I thought
That's
that's
why I'm
going to be challenging. So thank you very much for that. And then as we talk about community engagement and the time period, just out of curiosity, why would this come to council before coming to Parks and Rec Commission?
We really wanted to be able to have the numbers to be able to talk them through exactly what we were going to be proposing. So that was our biggest concern, was we wanted to be able to share with the users, what was going to potentially happen to them. But I never know who's standing behind me. Did I get that right? Okay, good.
Perfect. Okay, just those last little two. All right, well, we'll move forward to public comment. Is there any public comment?
No, there's not.
All right, thank you so much. That was nice and easy. So going forward to deliberations, I'm just going to add my 2 cents on the childcare golf thing. Very much agree, Councilmember Marks. If I'm going to go to that previous slide of 0 to 30 and 30 to 60 and 60 to 90, I would definitely say that childcare needs really go into our economic development and our people who are working over golf, especially when we have summer and spring break camps. I'm pretty sure it has a lot of reason why that's in that middle versus in the high range. So it just seems odd we would put childcare services in the high range, unless there's some sort of grant that I don't know about that's in process and going to take care of that cost. It just seems really odd. So just thought I would throw that out there. I'm not a fan of all the money up front for the different development costs. I totally appreciate the streamlining aspect, and I think if we can figure out some way that we can find a compromise, but like anything, when we ask people to just put all the money up front, it just doesn't give to equity in the slightest. So I'm trying to figure out how do we make a compromise, and that's why I was asking the questions about interest or monthly installments or something of that sort. And I hear you, Councilmember Marks, as far as do we outsource the payment part of it so that the planner is not the billing person, or whatever that looks like. But it seems really this is what we're trying to get away from, is in other aspects of the city of rebates for electric vehicles. Well, no, we'd like to have something where you don't have to put all the money up front. Otherwise, you can't afford to do that. And if we can't afford to get projects built because people can't even put them in the queue, that seems like a bad idea. And while we might not be in 2008, the amount of businesses who are asking for our help in economic development seems as though we're not also just in the glory days of the 90s or 80s or whatever timing, that people were just thrilled with business and just cash coming in left and right. So I'll just say that. Councilmember Francis.
All right, I'll just kind of run down the list here. I will echo the concerns about cost recovery on golf with an eye to understanding that last year might be an anomaly, but even if we're in the 30% range on a normal basis, just thinking about the number of individual users served by that subsidy, it feels a little troubling. We need to look at how we can either up the number of users or recover some of those costs. On the question of non-resident fees, very much in favor of that. Now that we have clarification on our school district kiddos being included in that, and also I'd like a discussion around whether or not Cal Poly, I'm gonna make sure that we talk that through before making a decision around that. Coming to the question of the full fee collection up front, this one gets a little bit tricky for me. My inclination is that we should be collecting the full fee up front. We can't afford to be subsidizing. It sounds like 10% of these fees are just going out the door. And I don't see why we shouldn't be collecting the fee for this project up right away. What we currently have in place is that my understanding is that we have these holds essentially that then go in, but if somebody never goes back for an additional permit, then they might not know that they didn't pay. I actually had an incident like this with a minor addition on my home, went back later to get a solar permit and realized there was a hold. It was an accident of accounting, but it wouldn't have known that it was there if we hadn't gone back to ask. And so I think these incidents are happening all the time and we're leaving all this money on the table. So we've got to either figure out how to get somebody else collecting those fees, or we need to have them paid up front. Phasing in of fees, I'd like to see some sort of threshold around this. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me if it's a $20 fee to phase it in over time, even if it's a 40% increase in that fee. But if we're talking about fees over $500, for example, get phased in over time, then that makes a lot of sense to me. And I definitely want to make sure that we have an opportunity to revisit, as I said earlier, the cost recovery categories. And I think the mayor alluded to this too. How do we make sure that we're putting the right things in the right category that align with our major city goals and our current values? So I think that's it for me.
Thank you. And just to highlight, as you said about the phasing in, on the last page 201, it says significant increases in fees. So I think that does create that threshold ability. Oh, sorry.
I believe it specifically referred to a percentage though, and I wanted to make sure that, if we were talking about percentage of 40%, but it was a small fee, that's not going to be significant to folks, I think.
That makes absolute sense. Thank you so much. Going to Councilmember Shorsman.
Okay, I'll try to check all the boxes here on all the different topics. In terms of the phased fees for development, I hear what my fellow council members are saying about the issue of paying half of it up front and half of it later, and what the economic impacts would be. I think Director Tway had a reasonable idea to look into of, if you pay it all up front, but if you don't continue with your project, then you get some sort of refund for the portion that you aren't going to pursue. Maybe that doesn't quite hit on exactly what the mayor was touching on as far as equity is concerned, but it's at least a step in the right direction. I hear the administrative barrier and the problems that have evolved with not being able to collect all the money, and our team is not a collection agency, so spending their time, really following up on that really diligently seems like a lot of work and outside their scope. In terms of the non-resident fees, I agree that there should be something, and I appreciate the modifications to allowing students that are in the district. Opened the idea of Cal Poly, although they do have a lot of, in terms of recreation fees, they have a lot of things that are available to them on campus as well, for maybe even in some cases less money than we would charge them, even at a discounted rate. So would want staff to make some sort of recommendation around that. Would be curious to hear what you all would have to say about that. But I have had the experience of trying to get my kid into swimming lessons, and things are booked up for a very, very long time. And so maybe freeing up some spaces for local residents seems like a good idea. In terms of the questions here, I guess I sort of answered the first one already. The thing that I would want to consider in phasing in a big increase would be, how often does a person use that fee? Even if it's a big increase, I could see that being a reason for phasing in a fee increase, but also if it's a small fee, but it's something that you're using a lot of, like childcare, for example, you're paying an hourly rate for that. So even if it's a small amount, say it's, 25 cents or $1 more an hour, that ends up being a lot over time. So maybe phasing in those types of fees if there's a big increase that's required. And I mentioned my comment about possibly rounding just to make the fee structures simpler wherever they are, wherever they can be. It seems like that's already sort of in the mix for trying to simplify some of the impact or the developer fees. So I think that seems like, from what I've heard so far, would be appreciated by the constituency as well, and appreciate the need to have time to do the outreach. So as much as I think we'd probably like to move this along in order to get the new fees established so that we can know what our costs are going to be going forward, I think generally this council is pretty agreeable to having as much community engagement as we can, but is reasonable. So I would leave that to you to make a recommendation about what a reasonable time frame is.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Pease.
So, Councilmember Shoresman, just making sure that I have clarity here. Are you comfortable waiting until January, or are you hoping it comes back in May or June or July if they are ready sooner?
I think if they think that they can do all that they need to do sooner and we can do that, then I think that's a good idea. Waiting till January is kind of, in my opinion, the longest we would want it to go, if that helps.
Yeah, thank you. I tend to agree, and that if we are feeling some concern about where the sense of the community, I think we can delay implementation or split out, extend the incremental increase. And I guess my reluctance in waiting all the way till January is that it looked like, if the staff is seeing like we're maybe under collecting by about 4 million, probably almost 2 million of that is within the building, public works, utilities, engineering. Does that seem fair? So I was just looking at the kind of by department and figuring Parks and Rec is, probably another couple million. But the kind of just doing assuming that those other departments are really the ones that have 100% cost recovery, that those would be just about 2 million between all of those. So I am a little reluctant to let that wait a super long time. But, I kind of, our city manager, there's a lot on our plates collectively for staff, et cetera. So I don't feel, I don't know if it's an all or nothing, but I just, yeah.
So I think I'm on maybe my 8th or 9th fee go in my career. And so a couple things, a couple observations. One, I think there might be an interim step. I'm hearing tonight that the council maybe wants to look at the categories. I think there's a policy discussion to be had. Maybe I'm misinterpreting, but I think there's a policy discussion of where some of these land, particularly around golf and childcare, because there'll be trade-offs. I mean, so I think we're going to have to couple bringing back a policy discussion. I think.
Sorry, and do you mean a policy discussion, but with real numbers?
With real numbers, so you can get, you can actually see that.
Yeah.
And then I think this other piece, and we were talking about this after agenda review today, is that probably in this day and age, 5 years is just too long to go. Particularly when we've had such, compound inflationary pressures, which have really coupled with wage and benefit increases, it really makes it difficult for us to keep pace. And then the size of the adjustments potentially is, too impactful. So I think that's another piece what we'll probably want to look at, adjusting that as part of the financial plan policies for the next financial plan, is take a look at that as well. I do want to caution the council about waiting too long on staff as well, is because I think, let's fast forward to January of 2025. You're going to have new council members. You're going to be in the middle of a financial plan. And so I just get a little concerned with all that activity and new council members coming on board, coupled with trying to develop a financial plan, that it just becomes undoable.
Yeah.
And so I know there's a lot of outreach that needs to happen, and we'll endeavor to try to get that outreach done. But I think if we can have that done by the summertime, and then the council can be very thoughtful, as it always is. And then if there are fee adjustments, and I like Councilmember Francis's ideas, if there's a threshold, then there's a phasing that happens. And then, that's a thoughtful way to then, to implement fee changes over time.
Yeah, great. I would be supportive of that approach. So thank you for helping us noodle through that. And then, yes, the non-resident fee, I think that, I don't know if that was even an official question, but where appropriate, I think that makes sense. With the caveat that once we see it, we might be like, well, we want our whole community to be able to do whatever. So we'd like to welcome all the visitors, especially people who work here and are, work here, play here. So, and then I think that if we have to do away with the splitting of the fee and then give rebates, I think it's worth the conversation, as long as we're not, I think that'll come up in the conversations with the developer community, if that's going to put on the big skids, and if they have some other great ideas to be able to manage that. And again, yeah, big impactful fees to phase them in as we do for, utilities and whatever would be appropriate.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree about having all the fees up front. And I know from my experience in land use and real property that there's a great deal, and on council, a great deal of enthusiasm when people have a project and they're all excited about it and they come to the city. I think that they can raise the money up front. And if it turns out, it's like a love fest when it all is, when they're proposing it and then the reality hits and it's like, oh gosh, this isn't going to work. It's good that they can trust that they will get their money back. So I think that makes sense. I'd like to see the study come back to us in May, if possible, maybe toward the end of May. I'd like to see it before we get into the budget discussions, for a lot of reasons that might actually inform the budget discussions. But also, you know, too many numbers at once in one meeting is a lot. And I am conscious that it will be a new council and in January. And we've now gotten Fee Study 101 tonight, you know, but they won't have the benefit of that. So not all of them. I think with the non-resident fees, yes, when it's appropriate, okay? And where it might not be appropriate, again, is something like childcare, like if someone lives, you know, in Napomo or Oceano and works here, and so the childcare is taking place here, it's possible that the non-resident fee wouldn't really apply. On the other hand, you know, like going back to, I don't want to beat up on the golf course too much, but, you know, if it's a bunch of people who are getting organized to come out and play our darling little golf course, you know, from elsewhere, I think they might be able to pay a little more. So I think it has to be, yes, where appropriate. So we need to really make sure that we're not discouraging, you know, again, from the DEI perspective, that we're not discouraging people from services that are really important to their lives. So, okay, did I answer everything with all that? Yeah, okay.
The phase in? The phasing, how about the phasing in?
Oh, for two, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, I think sticker shock, I think with the parking experience that we've all had, I hate to use the P word, but I think part of what happened was that the fee increase was too sudden and was too much all at once, plus the new technology, and it just was too much at once. And I think we need to be really aware of what people are used to and being incremental in terms of raising fees. So,
thank you. Councilmember Schwartzman, did you have a response back to that one thing? I had a feeling. Go ahead.
Just one quick comment, because I forgot to mention it. So the idea of that was addressed by Councilmember Francis, and then City Manager Johnson mentioned the categories, you know, the groups of the different fees and what the cost recovery is of them. And I think you've heard pretty loud and clear from this council that we're concerned about the cost of childcare. At the same time, I grilled Director Avakian about some of the categories today, and I don't feel like I need to have that, you know, detailed policy discussion at the dais, because I think that they will look at the categories and come up with some good ideas about where things need to be based on current trends and current costs. And I also just wanted to point out that I made a special attempt to look at how much Sun and Fun costs, because I remember vividly that it was $4 an hour when my son was in kindergarten or first grade, and that was 10 years ago. And now it's only $5.80. So I think we've done a pretty good job of keeping the costs of childcare down. Not that it still doesn't add up over time and that it's not something that we need to keep our eye on, but I think we've done a pretty good job given what the costs of everything else have been, and how fast they've increased. So just wanted to mention that.
Did you have something to add?
I apologize for interrupting, but I realized that I neglected to mention that additional consideration here is we do a CPI adjustment annually to our fees. So that would be part of our normal process that would go into effect on July 1st. So I know that comes into play, I think, a little bit on the timing here. From what I've heard, you know, it sounds like we should plan on bringing it back when we can, hopefully in May. And we, at that point, would have some recommendations for you all. We may want to delay a CPI adjustment. There's probably no point if we're going to be coming back a couple months later. The process for us to literally input all that information may not be quite worth it. But that, I just thought I would throw that out, that the CPI piece is something we would be normally doing on July 1st as well. So I apologize for not mentioning that earlier.
No, actually, it's one of my comments. I think I love the idea of the rounding to Councilmember Shorsman, but I think part of why it's 580 is because of the CPI adjustments. So when I heard the 385 earlier, just as an example, whoever said that, I was thinking, well, how are we going to round it when we have these CPI adjustments? So it's up to you all to figure that out. I'm not going to worry about it, but I just thought, well, I think it's going to continue to be a challenge because we are not going to, for the sake of rounding, then jump it up another dollar or whatever. So just trying to be careful with that. The residence issue, overall, I like the idea of people who live here should be able to utilize the pool first. That makes logical sense. They put their taxes into it. But as we also know, why we had Measure G was, I think, a resounding success was because 70% of the dollar was paid for by people that don't live in the city. So I think we have a balance around that of non-resident. And if you do live in Oceano, but you work here, just as an example from earlier, then you're going to go to swim on your lunchtime. Why not? And the fact you may have to pay more. So I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just saying there's a lot of other factors I think we should be thinking about as we make those potential, or as you make the potential suggestions. And then just the Cal Poly conversation, I hear you, Councilmember Shorsman. Yes, the rec center has a beach in the rec center. I mean, there and beach volleyball and an island and, et cetera. I look at it almost every day. So I think there is a balance on wanting to help college students who are with a limited amount, or maybe lecturers that have very little money because they're part-time. But yet at the same time, there's all these amenities on the campus too. So trying to feel like we look at that carefully. I do think there needs to be a good amount of engagement, and I know we have the engagement manual so we can look at that, but I think that's important. One thing I do think, saying the P word, is I think the conversation around parking was people, even though we had plenty of time in between when we made the decision to when parking fees actually came into fruition, the feeling of we weren't involved, I think, is in addition to everything happening all at once. So I think that is a feeling that we did have people, we did many, many access points for people to be involved, but we see that we have to come out and say, this is this moment, we want you involved right now. So I think we have to be aware of that as you're looking at all of the rest of the user fees at once. I think the phase in the threshold, number 2, yes, that's a logical, but I do like your concept of there is a threshold. If we're talking about a $20 fee, do we need to phase it in if it went up 25%? And is it something we do every single day? Then yes, that starts to be difficult. I clearly see that I'm in the minority on this of the development fee, but I'm still struggling on, if you're a big developer and you have lots of money and you have many projects in process, that seems to make sense. But I can't tell you the amount of people who wanted to do they own one home and they wanted to do an ADU in their property that we're encouraging them. The state is encouraging them to do. And then all of a sudden they have to come up with all of the money up front. That seems not, it seems to be discouraging people to build in that sense. The other thing is sometimes we have nonprofits who are trying to gather all their money. They have enough to go for phase 1, and then turns out, no, you have to have the whole thing up front. And I think that will harm nonprofits that are trying to do their building. So I think this is why, these are 2 of the reasons that I see the private sector, individual, try and do a little building, and the nonprofits, by making everything paid up front, that will be a problem. So I guess if you can keep that into mind, I mean, my colleagues don't seem to have the same thoughts, but I guess keep that in mind as you're moving forward. So So those are my inputs, I think, on all of this. And we don't really need to do anything else because it's study session. So thank you very much for listening to all this. And I wish you all the best in our next meeting in May or June or July or January. Thank you so much. So next, we'll go ahead and move on to the easy part of the agenda, which is communication and liaison reports. And wanted to check if we have any. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, just wanted to thank the community. We've been really busy with the advisory body interviews, and I'm just completely in awe of all the folks who have applied for and come out and done interviews so far. And just wanted to thank everybody. And we're still in process, still got some more to go, but thank you all for being a part of the community. Had my CAPSLO Board of Directors meeting last Thursday and did a bunch of stuff around Head Start funding and several different neighboring counties. So that was fantastic. And most excitingly, got to go to my very first SCLC meeting, which was fantastic. Thank you, Mayor, for running a great meeting. Thank you, Mayor, for inviting me to this fabulous meeting, and to all of the folks who ran the meeting. It was great. And that's it.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, I think we all made it to the Lunar New Year. And I just want to say that was a great community celebration. And I was totally awestruck. I didn't have any idea that would be that many people there. It was great. And hats off to, I know that Molly Kano and her staff did a ton of work, and Parks and Recreation, the whole team, and then the consultants. It was really great. So on Valentine's Day was the Integrated Waste Management Board meeting, and Jimmy Paulding, 4th District Supervisor, was there representing the county. One supervisor representing the county. And it was a very good meeting. A large part of it was talking about the process for undoing. We had to go through a process when the county left, and now we have to go through a process for the county rejoining. And so there's still a lot of back and forth that's going to take place. On the 15th, I went to the Investment Oversight Committee meeting, and I was really pleased. I actually was the mayor at the time that the program was, that the firm PFM was hired in 2014, and 10 years later, it's going well. And they gave us an update on the ESG, which is socially responsible investment policy. And it turns out it's doing really well. So our policy restricts portfolio issuers who generate revenue from casinos, gambling, racetracks, brewery, wine, spirits, tobacco, electric cigarettes, drilling of fossil fuels. So we don't invest in any of those guys. And we are compared to last year, just about 30 million. Our investments are worth 30 million more this year than they were last year. And so the whole thing is like $209 million invested in our investments. So this made me feel really good. Like, I feel like we're really solvent, and I want to congratulate the city manager and Emily, who's gone, and everyone who's helped create this underlying stability, which is really important. That's all I have.
That's awesome. Thank you. Vice Mayor Pease.
Thank you. I had a few things that were mostly SLOCOG related. Just to keep folks updated on the SLOCOG has been considering whether or not we should go out for a countywide sales tax. It would be a half cent for 20 years in order to fund the anticipated shortfall in transportation improvements, whether it's road repair or transit or whatever. And so it's been an incremental process, and at the meeting, and then there's now a specific proposed investment plan kind of distributed by the 4 regions of the county. And some of it would be regional projects, and some of it would be locally. So some actual dollars would come to the city for our complete control, and others would be regional. So anyway, SLOCOG will come to the city and to the council and present that proposed investment plan. But I wanted to give a heads up that it is, I would say at this point, unlikely that it would actually make the ballot. We were split as SLOCOG, 6 in favor and 5 opposed to even going that far. But I think some of us who aren't sure, some folks who were not even sure that's a good investment right now, or that it would do well on the ballot, voted to go ahead and keep going with review of the investment plan and the, really importantly, the survey. There's, we have a professional survey that's scheduled to be done. So, so just, you know, it's going forward in terms of study and what's going to happen, but increasingly unlikely that would actually get as far as a November ballot. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that, with the survey itself and the other cities. And some of it has to do with just the other cities are going after sales tax and they're concerned about competition. Okay, I went to the California CalCog Leadership Forum in Monterey, lots of great stuff. Talk about that later. And then the last one that I wanted to mention is the Coast Rail Coordinating Council. And that was in Oakland last week. And it was really neat because it feels like our little fledgling, you know, we're trying to get more line from San Luis Obispo up to like Gilroy, so we can kind of connect with those other ones. This group has been meeting for 30 years, and it finally feels like there's the momentum. We're on the corridor, the federal program to identify the corridor. We're talking with Capital Corridor and Lausanne and the San Joaquin, and who's going to operate this, and how do we fund the equipment, and we're putting money into it, and so that was exciting. And then just locally, the Lausanne, the layover facility plan, I think it's about 60% design, and at some point it would probably be good to get an update as that one gets closer to completion, so we understand the phasing and the construction on that. Those are my updates.
Awesome, thank you. Well, I echo Councilmember Francis on the amount of interviews. We had the area agency on aging interview, really some great people, and just can't wait for our advisory body reception, where we get to thank everyone for their time, but also welcome the new people, and that's always fun. I attended the SCLC, of course, with Emily and Councilmember Francis, and I am really excited about their next conversation next month. They are going to be discussing neighborhood wellness, but really in the realm of how do we look at a working group, bringing the city, the Cal Poly, Cuesta, the police, the community members who live right near Cal Poly together to really start kind of brainstorming how do we make things work. And it's not going to be just the city putting in a policy or just a discipline police call. It's really got to be all of us together coming together, and that's where I feel like this group is finally moving toward, and that is good. Had the mayor meeting in Paso on Friday, and again, wild that I get excited about these things these days, but we talked about regional biosolids, and but it was really, really great to see how Paso and SLO have already started looking at partnering and the opportunities for the future for the renewable energy, but also for safely getting rid of our waste, as well as safely getting rid of the PFAS, which so many people have heard about because of the airport. I really think it's an exciting, exciting topic. So that is all that I'll share about today, and I wish you all a wonderful evening. We will see you in a couple weeks, March 5th. So see you then.